UHRC stakeholders' engagements. Where relevant, reference to secondary information has been made. I beg that the report of the Committee on Human Rights on the 20th Annual Report 2017 of the UHRC be considered by this House and recommendations therein adopted. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Members, is the motion seconded? Seconded. Let's do the report.
Thank you. I now read the report of the Committee on Human Rights on the 20th Annual Report of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. And we have our introduction, which prescribes the mandate of the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the mandate of the committee, the rules of procedure. Madam Speaker, to save time, I beg to summarize some.
Members can read the introduction and the methodology. Just
so the methodology, there it is. We met all those entities listed. And the recommendation, the Uganda Police by the Human Rights Commission were as follows: the right to a fair hearing in the criminal justice system in Uganda. The Uganda Police Force should prioritize the welfare of police officers and training of police officers in specialized and scientific criminal investigations. There was also a recommendation for police to desist from parading suspects before the media, and the right to security of person and increased occurrence of violence. The Commission recommended that the UPF should increase security presence and foot patrols in the villages and highly populated places. They should also adequately facilitate its officers with the required tools and equipment to effectively perform their duties. The Criminal Investigations Directorate of the Uganda Police Force should investigate and conclude all pending high-profile cases. The Uganda Police Force should adopt modern technology like CCTV cameras and modern forensic investigation technology to curb and prevent violent crimes. The UPF should strengthen and adequately facilitate the Professional Standards Unit. The Criminal Investigations Directorate should undertake evidence-led investigations as opposed to mass arrests. The Uganda Police Force should release its current and previous annual crimes. By the time the recommendations were made, the police had taken a lot of time without reading the annual crimes report. And it should conduct refresher courses and training, especially for investigators. The Uganda Police should undertake security deployments that optimize human resource utilization. They should also make physical regular inspection and audit of firearms in all agencies. Emerging human rights concerns: sexual violence and exploitation against children in schools. The Uganda Police Force, together with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Directorate of Public Prosecution, and in conjunction with the Ministry of Local Government, should ensure speedy prosecution of perpetrators of sexual violence. And on land disputes and human rights in select regions in the country, the committee recommended for the police not to take sides while handling the matters. Also to intensify community policing so that a vast number of people can be reached. Exercise professionalism in executing court orders relating to evictions. Together with other security agencies, avoid taking sides on land matters. And the committee interacted with the police, and the responses were as follows. Security presence and foot patrol was being adhered to, and mechanisms have been reestablished and revised. And the 9-9 system has also been reconstituted.
No, I think you just got your recommendations.
The recommendations of the
Just got
committee.
your recommendations. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the committee observations are, the committee observes that firearms have been in the hands of ordinary citizens without a proper data bank on the various types of guns, who holds them, and where they originated from. This has led to difficulties in tracing the perpetrators of crimes where guns have been used. However, the construction of a national command center, the firearm marking exercise, and efforts by the Uganda Police Force to integrate and decentralize the recently reconstituted 99 patrol system and call center system into the CCTV project are a step in the right direction. A robust CCTV system will enhance the police force's ability to monitor security and ably avert and respond to any criminal incidents in any location in the country. Identification and marking of firearms will help curtail illegal use of firearms by individuals. Although the Uganda Police has undertaken efforts to improve its capacity, for instance, through recruitment of local defense unit personnel, many reports point to LOD's involvement in criminal activities as well as abuse and torture of civilians in areas which they are deployed. And these were observations, Madam Speaker, I note. And the observation number 5 is the committee observed that although LODs are supposed to beef up the police, it is the UPDF that is the lead agency in recruiting the LODUs. And the recommendations are as follows. The existing police surveillance system should be used to complement and not replace routine policing and investigations. The Ministry of Internal Affairs should ensure that Uganda Police Force receives adequate financing for specialized equipment, such as tracking devices, in order to enhance the patrol system, which is critical for crime prevention and deterrence. The Uganda Police Force should promptly and thoroughly investigate the reports of abuse by local defense unit personnel and punish the perpetrators. Further, uniform standards regarding the criminal background acceptable by LODU recruits should be created so that individuals with a criminal past are not recruited. Madam Speaker and members, you note the errant behavior of LODUs that has continued up to today to recent killings of innocent people by the LODUs. The committee recommends that the Uganda Police Force fast tracks the completion of the creation of the data bank, and the police force should recruit more police officers to beef up their numbers. The other recommendation by the Human Rights Commission was concerning the facilitation of officers with required tools and equipment to effectively perform their duties. The police gave that response, and I beg, there's also a concern on investigation and concluding of pending high-profile cases, such as the one for ASP Muhammad Chirumira and Restem Babazi, Honorable Biriga Ibrahim and Kongo Saidi, Joan Kagezi and the AIGP Kawesi, Naja Muhammad Chigundu, Susan Magara, and the murder of 23 women in Nansana Municipality and Katavi. Sheikh Abubakar Muhammad Tuwewa, Sheikhs Ibrahim Chiri and Mustafa Bahiga, murder of Sheikhs Mudungu Yunus Abdul Sentuga, Dr. Muaya from Busoga, death of foreign nationals, Mr. Terasbori Thomas and Sebastian Axel, a Swedish. Madam Speaker, the police gave the responses and members, as you can see on page 12, and I beg to go to the recommendations and recommendations of the committee. There is an urgent need to reduce the growing backlog of cases that remain. Therefore, the investigations in the cases not yet concluded should be expeditiously undertaken, because justice delayed is justice denied. Madam Speaker, you have kept the families in waiting, and we urge government, we urge the prosecuting entities to expeditiously handle the investigation so that they relieve the relatives and the nation of the anxiety. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Internal Affairs adequately facilitates police stations to ease the work of the officers. And the Ministry of Internal Affairs should ensure that police officers have decent accommodation. Madam Speaker and members, although police responded that they facilitate police posts, the public has continued to complain about police asking for fuel from them when they report cases, and they want the police to act. But also, amongst our forces, their accommodation leaves a lot to be desired. This needs urgent attention, so that we also work on their psychology and preparation of them as they go for work. Maybe when they sleep in bad conditions, they go out and meet the anger to the citizens. You never know. Madam Speaker, we also have the recommendations still for the police. The Uganda police should ensure that the CCTV project is adequately rolled out throughout the country after doing a thorough mapping of the crime in communities to identify hotspots. This should be done in consultation with local leaders. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
The microphones are okay. Now it is near you. The microphone is near you. Okay.
The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should provide adequate funds for effective implementation and rolling out of CCTV projects. Also, funds for maintenance of the surveillance system should be provided. The Uganda Police Force should adequately train more personnel in management and operation of the CCTV system, and also ensure that there is full-time deployment of officers at the surveillance centers. Madam Speaker and members, the CCTV cameras have been installed, but we need to see more of the impact of the installation of those cameras, because crimes take place and sometimes the centers are even locked and there is no staff inside, so they can't tell anything about what happened. Recommendation number 5 from HRC was the Uganda Police should strengthen and adequately facilitate the police standards unit. Police is establishing a regional PSU center with support from jailers to draw services closer to the people. And those were the responses on page 15, but also the recommendation of the committee is that the committee reechoes the UHRC recommendations and thus recommends that Uganda Police Force ensures that crime reports are made on annual basis. The other recommendation was on refresher courses for investigators, and the committee recommends that the trainings are undertaken on a regular basis and rolled out to all officers in the police force. You note, Madam Speaker and members, that in the response, the numbers of CID officers who were trained by police are given as a response to the UHRC, but we recommend for more to be trained. And also outsource experts to train trainers in the police force in Uganda, so that we have more investigators being mentored almost on a daily basis. The other recommendation was on gun labeling and the committee on the gun shootings that disappear, where guns disappear and we don't trace the crime perpetrators. The committee recommends that gun labeling or marking should be made mandatory in all security agencies and in the private sector. On emerging human rights concerns, Madam Speaker, sexual violence and exploitation against children in schools. The Minister of the Uganda Police Force and the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Office of the DPP, in conjunction with the Minister of Local Government, should ensure speedy prosecution of perpetrators of sexual violence. And the police responded up to page 17, and the recommendations are as follows. There is need to strengthen the capacity of all justice sector actors, including the judiciary, police, magistrates, prosecutors, and state attorneys, to handle sexual abuse cases appropriately, since these actors are part of the prevention and response cycle. Madam Speaker and members, our failure to conclude cases on sexual violence is one of the issues that has led even to more increase, because people don't see those punished. There has been continuous increase in the sexual offenses in this country. And the committee further notes that can be done through training, having increased budget allocation for the entities, adequate personnel, strengthened institutions in terms of laws and policies, and collaboration between actors. And the errant officers and parents of victims found to connive with perpetrators of sexual violence should be charged and prosecuted. Madam Speaker, we have heard of cases that are settled even sometimes at police, where parents decide to negotiate on cases of defilement, yet there are provisions in the penal code that provide for the prosecution of perpetrators. On land disputes and human rights in selected regions of Uganda, the committee recommends that the community policing should be strengthened through building and sustaining effective partnerships with local communities to enhance sharing information, hence allowing improved response to land disputes and illegal evictions. The police, in collaboration with the Ministry of Land, Housing and Urban Development, should ensure that evictions considered to be legally justified are monitored and carried out in a manner that respects the human rights and the human dignity of affected persons. We acknowledge that sometimes there are legal evictions, but the way in which it is carried out, people have woken up to evictions in the middle of the night, early in the morning at 5 a.m. The Uganda police must desist from aiding and abetting cases of land eviction and should remain impartial. The other entity was the Ministry of Public Service. Government compliance with the Uganda Human Rights Commission annual report recommendations. And there are the recommendations from the HRC and the responses. And the observation and recommendation from the committee is that the committee observed that UHRC has in its previous annual reports to Parliament made the same recommendations to the Ministry of Public Service in respect of the above mentioned issues. The Human Rights Committee, on consideration of the previous UHRC annual reports, made recommendation to both the Ministry of Public Service and the Ministry of Health on the above mentioned issues. Hence, undertakes to restate the same and emphasize that these should be implemented expeditiously. On the UHRC work, the Uganda Human Rights Commission provided a detailed analysis of its activities and challenges faced in implementation of its mandate. And the following were the recommendations. The Ministry of Public Service, together with Parliament of Uganda, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should enhance the salaries for members and staff of UHRC to match those earned by staff and members in other statutory institutions. And this, Madam Speaker and members, it echoes to our plea to government to settle salaries for all civil servants in the country. The observation by the committee is that for so long, the UHRC has been requesting for enhancement of salaries of its workers, but this has not been done. And the recommendations are that His Excellency the President, arising out of the observations, because there are others that have not read, His Excellency the President should appoint a substantive chairperson and members of the commission with immediate effect in accordance with Article 51(2) of the Constitution to enable it discharge its mandate. Madam Speaker and members who are aware that ever since the death of Honorable Meddie Kagwa, the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission has not been appointed, and this has made the work for the commission a little difficult. In compliance with the Paris principles, government should adequately fund the UHRC to enable it to perform its mandate independently. The salaries and contracts of all staff and members of the UHRC should be reviewed. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should allocate resources for the construction of the UHRC offices, because given what they do, they need a standalone building to handle sensitive and private matters. The Ministry of Trade and Industry on emerging human rights. Human rights implications of gaming with a focus on youth. The Ministry of Trade and Industry should consider reviewing the Lotteries and Gaming Act 2016, and that there is issues there on gambling. I beg that I go to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. These were recommendations for the committee, Madam Speaker. Let me read them out. The Ministry of Trade and Industry should develop the responsible gambling policy to reinforce the existing law on lotteries and gaming of 2016, as well as the regulations for 2017. And the Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board should open regional branches and widely disseminate the Lotteries and Gaming Act. And the Ministry of Gender has recommendations from the HRC, and I beg that I go to the recommendations. We have issues on child protection, alternative care, juvenile justice, treatment of child victims, rights with disabilities. And the committee observations are as follows. The committee commended the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development for the efforts undertaken so far to ensure the protection of the rights of the Maragoli, but observed that the citizenship rights issue of the Maragoli community has remained unresolved for a long time, despite initial efforts made by the representatives of the community by petition to Parliament on 21st May 2015 and subsequent actions by the relevant government agencies over the issue. Protection of the community's right to belonging is still inadequate. These are people who are in this country, but we don't recognize their citizenship. Although the recent government intervention allowed for the Maragoli to apply for citizenship by naturalization, their descendants cannot acquire the same, which leaves many in a state of statelessness. As a consequence, challenges in accessing banking services, bursaries, leasing land, etc., when some lack national identification documents, are inevitable. The committee further observed that the inclusion of the Maragoli as an indigenous community can only be made possible by a constitutional amendment. Therefore, the ongoing consideration of the constitutional amendment bill by the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee is a step in the right direction. At the time when we made the report, the committee was handling some amendments. And the recommendations are that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should ensure that inclusion of the Maragoli as an indigenous community is given urgent attention in any constitutional amendments. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should, in collaboration with NIDA, strengthen their interventions and put in place measures to address the challenges currently faced by the Maragoli community as they await their inclusion in the Constitution as an indigenous tribe in Uganda. Together with the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should devise and strengthen partnerships and coordination to address issues of sexual violence in schools. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Gender on issues of child rights should strengthen its focus and efforts on monitoring violence against children in schools and taking the necessary action in the event that violations occur. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should develop a national strategy for prevention of sexual violence in schools that requires the dismissal of teachers and bars their re-engagement in any educational institution when found guilty of sexual assault to students. Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should put in place GBV shelters in all regions in the country to ensure adequate protection of women and girls that experience GBV. In addition, the ministry should partner with the non-government organizations operating gender-based violence shelters and provide them with support. The shelters that we have in our country all belong to the private sector. Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, should ensure that PrEP drugs are available for free in every health center, in every district. Ministry of Education and Sports should develop educational materials such as booklets, cartoon strips, comic stories for use in both primary and secondary schools. These materials should dramatically expose these materials
The microphone is on the side. Okay. Yeah.
These materials should dramatically explore topics such as sexual violence, rights over one's body, teenage sexuality, among others, to create awareness among the students. The Ministry of Education and Sports should ensure that the curriculum for primary and secondary schools incorporates topics about gender violence. The assessment of the National Legal Framework, issue number 2, on the rights of the child to determine compatibility with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The right to identity, registration, and the responses were given therein. I request that I go to the recommendations. There were a lot of issues there with children, treatment of victims, children with disabilities, and the committee observations are here. The committee observed that some of the UHRC's recommendations to Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development regarding alternative care have been implemented by virtue of the amendment to the Children's Act in 2016. Other recommendations relating to registration of children by a single parent, right to identity, provision of temporary forms of alternative care for refugee children, and offering of support and reintegration of juveniles into the community when released are ably provided for in the Children's Act, Registration of Persons Act, and Refugee Act. However, the committee noted that Uganda is not party to the Hague Convention on Protection of Children and cooperation in respect to intercountry adoption. Although the Children's Act, as amended, now imposes more stringent measures on adoption and legal guardianship by foreigners, in reality, tracking Ugandan children who are placed under foster care abroad remains a challenge. More so, several children have previously been trafficked out of the country with no mechanism in place to trace where they end up or who they end up with. It is further observed that the rights of unaccompanied refugee children remain at stake in the absence of clear legal provisions on temporary, safe care or foster care. Hence, the need to protect their rights is vital. The recommendations are that government should urgently ratify the Hague Convention on Protection of Children and cooperation in respect of intercountry adoption. The ministry should strictly monitor foster care and other alternative institutions to ensure that the care provided to the children is adequate and doesn't increase their vulnerability. The Employment Act should be amended to bring the minimum age for employment into harmony with the minimum age recognized by the Children's Act. The Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs should fast track the anti-slavery bill so that it is passed into law by Parliament. And issue number 3, we have the status of Uganda's reporting to international and regional human rights treaty mechanisms. So there we have the response by the Ministry of Gender, and the committee observation on page 37 is that the committee commends the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development on meeting its reporting obligations to international treaty monitoring bodies compared to before. And we recommend that there should be a series of follow-up meetings to evaluate how far the country has gone in the implementation of recommendations or commitments, and where the country has been able to achieve this, the interventions that should be made. The human rights concerns by the Ministry of Internal Affairs relate to citizenship rights with a special focus on the Maragoli and the national identification And the committee observation and recommendation is that we re-echo our earlier observation that the recognition of the Maragoli as an indigenous tribe in Uganda is important. And the Ministry of Internal Affairs, in collaboration with other stakeholders, should ensure that inclusion of the Maragoli in the constitutional amendment proposals is given priority. And we have the human rights issue on National Identification and Registration Authority. Citizenship rights with the special forces focus on the Maragoli, and the observations are there. The recommendations are the National Identification and Registration Authority in partnership with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs should strengthen their interventions and put in place measures to address challenges currently faced by the Maragoli. And the intervention should be undertaken with the full participation and engagement of the community and their leaders to enable them understand the processes involved, their benefits and risks, if any. Ministry of Health on the assessment of the right to palliative care in Uganda in 2017. And those were the recommendations by the Commission. And the observations of the committee are that the committee agreed with the recommendations by the Uganda Human Rights Commission aimed at promoting the right to palliative care in Uganda in recognition of the growing number of patients at the end of life that suffer from treatable pain, anxiety, and other symptoms. The absence of a policy and specific legislation on palliative care, inadequate human and financial capacity, inadequate monitoring of palliative care provision services undermines realization of the right. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Health takes reasonable steps to ensure that a comprehensive policy on palliative care is formulated and consequently ensure that standards of palliative care are progressively adopted and integrated at all levels of care, that is, primary health care, home-based care, among others. And the Ministry of Health should train health professionals in palliative care and the importance of pain control. The Ministry of Health should ensure the availability of essential drugs for the management of pain and other symptoms and psychological distress. The assessment of the National Legal Framework on the Rights of the Child to determine compatibility with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And there were comparisons of the existing law with the obligations of Uganda under the international treaties, the relevant rights of the children, and the recommendations that follow were made by the UHRC. But the committee observes that it is in agreement with the recommendations made by the UHRC to review the various laws to prevent discrimination against HIV-positive children, to ensure that health-related decisions are made in best interest of the child, coverage of all children in immunization programs, and elimination of risk to reputation as a ground for emergency admission to mental health units. The recommendations are that the recommendations by EHRC should be implemented by the respective agencies. And we go to the government compliance with the Uganda Human Rights Commission annual report recommendations. Madam Speaker and members, the committee expressed concern about the failure of government to comply with its recommendations contained in the previous annual reports. And the recommendations that follow are some of the previous recommendations that had been made by the UHRC to Ministry of Health, Finance, Public Service. As you can see on page 43, have the committee observations, and the recommendations of the committee are that government increases health financing to 15% of the national budget in fulfillment of Uganda's commitment under the Abuja Declaration. Also ensure effective utilization of available resources to improve healthcare in the country. Ministry of Health should take reasonable steps to ensure that the human capacity in healthcare institutions is strengthened. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development ensures that the welfare of healthcare staff is improved by providing the required resources. Madam Speaker and members, you realize that of recent, the nurses were threatening to go on strike because of the lunch allowance, and the medical workers who have been working in the COVID centers also have a lot of dissatisfaction on facilitation. Government should adopt and implement a national health insurance scheme that provides coverage to low-income households, vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, the elderly, among others. The Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. There are the emerging human rights concerns on gaming, the focus on youth, the observations, and the recommendations are that the law enforcement agents should enforce the Lotteries and Gaming Act. Government should review the tax regime on gaming upwards to make them prohibitive. Madam Speaker and members, you realize that our population is comprised of the youth as the majority, but these who would be working for our economic prosperity are most of the time engaged in betting. Government should urgently address the high levels of youth unemployment because it is a precursor to the unproductive, time-wasting activities that the youth are engaged in. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We have the human rights implications of the right disputes, the committee observations, and the recommendations are that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development develops and implements robust procedures to consult with local communities and their leaders in order to obtain their free and informed consent before mining licenses are granted to investors. Hold public meetings in all affected communities, provision of information at all stages, and ensure that the consultation process is all-inclusive. Together with NEMA, complements all environmental impact assessment with human rights impact assessments to assess the potential impacts that mining activities have on affected communities and their rights, as well as planned interventions by mining companies to mitigate any rights violation. Initiate reform of the Mining Act to require mining companies to provide evidence of free and informed consent from affected communities prior to granting of mining licenses and leases and licenses. Adequate dissemination of the provision of the Mining Act to create awareness, including rights and obligations of the communities. Ensure compliance with international human rights standards, such as the UN-based principles and guidelines on development-based evictions and displacement when implementing any land evictions or displacements. Hence, compensation to affected individuals should be fair and commensurate to the market value of the land. The Ministry of Water and Environment on food security and other effects of famine in selected districts in Uganda in 2017, and the National Forestry Authority there, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, the recommendations are that National Forestry Authority in collaboration with Uganda Wildlife Authority should ensure effective participation of communities in forest management and governance by promoting transparent and open decision-making process. Community forest management arrangements should ensure representation of women and vulnerable groups to protect their interests. National Forestry Authority and UWA should simplify processes for developing and eventual signing of agreements to reduce delays and costs. And they should revise policies to provide for compensation for investments in the event that the community forest management rights are lost. And to the Office of the Prime Minister on Food Insecurity and Other Effects of Famine, the committee recommends that there is an urgent need for a policy on national and regional food reserve, given the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic that has negatively affected the population. Government should come up with a law on food security in the country. Government compliance with the UHRC annual report recommendations and the land dispute and human rights in select regions in the country. The committee recommends that the Office of the Prime Minister establishes the Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission to deal with the disasters in accordance with the Constitution. We go to the Uganda Law Reform Commission with issues raised related to land disputes and human rights. And they have their responses there. And the committee observations and the recommendations are that the Uganda Law Reform Commission, together with the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, should ensure that amendments to the land acquisition law provide for fair and just compensation for any losses of personal, real, or other property or goods, including rights or interests in property. Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should ensure full participation of affected persons, groups, or communities in the planning and management of return and resettlement processes. Additionally, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should facilitate the resettlement of such persons in a just and equitable manner in accordance with the international human rights norms and principles. Where a return is possible, the ministry, in collaboration with the local government leaders, should provide support for voluntary return in safety and security and with dignity to their homes. On issues related to identity, there is the response and dual citizenship for older children and the responses and the committee observations, and then the recommendations are that the committee recommends that the children of refugees born in Uganda should be granted citizenship and should be registered at birth as Ugandans. Refugees should be encouraged to engage in productive activities in order to reduce the economic pressure that they exert on host communities. And the committee observations on dual citizenship are there up to page 58. And issues related to child protection, alternative care, intercountry adoption, juvenile justice, crimes against children, employment of children, treatment of child victims, right to health, right to education, and rights of children with disabilities. We interacted with the ministry, and those were their responses, and the committee The responses were quite many because issues related to children are also sensitive. And the committee recommendations are that there is need to put in place appropriate education facilities for children with disabilities to enable them to easily access education. The committee recommendations are that the Uganda Law Reform Commission on page 76 should review the Children's Act periodically to ensure all aspects, including support to child victims of violence, trafficking, and other forms of abuse, are taken into consideration. The Uganda Law Reform Commission, together with the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, should popularize the Children's Act 2016 by producing child-friendly materials and ensuring that these are translated into local languages. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should support implementation of the Act across different sectors such as education, health, justice, and social welfare. Specific focus should also be put on monitoring violence against children in schools and taking the necessary action in the event that violations occur. And government should adequately fund the Uganda Law Reform Commission to enable it to translate laws into local languages. These were recommendations from the UHRC, but those from the committee are that there is need for all relevant stakeholders to accelerate the law reform process, to bring legislation in tandem with the constitutional principles of non-discrimination and equality between men and women. Therefore, the marriage and divorce bill should be handled expeditiously to ensure that laws on marriage, divorce, and property are compatible. On issues relating to compliance with the HRC annual reports by the Law Reform Commission, the committee recommends of the Public Order Management Act 2013 to amendment of the Public Order Management Act 2013 to align it to international standards and obligations relating to the freedom of assembly. And in conclusion, it is hereby noted that the amendment of various laws has not been affected despite several recommendations. Based on the recommendations from the HRC and the committee and other agencies, it is imperative that the government of Uganda adopts a human rights sensitive approach to development. Furthermore, government should come up with a human rights certificate of compliance to all ministries, departments, and agencies of government before their budgets are considered and approved. The committee also notes that oftentimes recommendations are not acted upon. It is therefore important that government prioritizes these recommendations and sets up an implementation strategy. Madam Speaker and members, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the Standing Committee on Human Rights for your report. The clerk is directed to reflect the full text of the report in the Hansard. A few comments. Honorable Sanyonga, 3 minutes. Sanyonga Kamateka Oruswaka, 333 only. Apurut. Okay, just 3 minutes. No.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
No, we are on this side. We are on this side.
Madam Speaker, proceed your issue.
We are on this side.
Procedure.
Hey.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the chairperson for this comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on an issue of procedure. We would like to do justice to this report, but it has not been uploaded on our iPads. So could we request maybe for a few hours or maybe up to tomorrow so that the report is uploaded and we discuss it thoroughly? Because it contains very important recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
As far as I'm concerned, that report has been on our iPads for some time. Honorable, let the chair confirm.
Madam Speaker, the report was uploaded 2 weeks ago. I even have it on my iPad.
Honorable Senyonga, proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair and members of the committee for the work well done generally. Right Honorable Speaker, and I had it before, when it comes to refugees, Right Honorable Speaker, in their report, they are trying to recommend that the children of the refugees be granted citizenship, which is very dangerous, Right Honorable Speaker. This country is well known of accommodating many refugees. As we speak now, we are in hundreds and hundreds of Sudanese, Congolese, from Burundi, Rwanda. The moment we grant that, it will be another outlet to allow these refugees purchase land. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you come to Mukono now, Seta area, the Sudanese have their independent villages and they even have a special service for refugees. Why am I saying this? Many refugees come with lots of money. So it is easy for them to buy the poor peasants, and at the end of the day, we are going to lose. Let refugees remain refugees, whether they are children or them, because even this system of allowing them to integrate fully in the community is not allowed. Refugees are supposed to be in refugee camps, but here in Uganda, refugees are now left free. They buy and they settle anywhere as long as they have money. So I totally disagree with that recommendation of giving them citizenship. I thank you.
Okay, honour members, I was equally bothered by that recommendation because it means that their parents remain refugees and they themselves are Ugandans. So, you know, refugees are supposed to return to their country when things are better. So it's dangerous. And I wanted to share with you what the United Arab Emirates does. UAE, the Emirates, even if you are born there, you don't become an Emirati. That is to ensure that their population is intact. So that recommendation is problematic. Waruswaka, then Sech Kubo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker and honourable members, I want to thank the chair of the committee for the good work done. And chair, when you were here, I thought even the Kitara report will come, but when I saw the order paper, it's down. Hope it will come. But Madam Speaker, the issue of citizenship of refugees, right now Kenya is closing up refugee camps. And now for us, Uganda, you say immediately a refugee gets pregnant here, the child is automatically a Ugandan. Maybe, Madam Chair, I would only accept if a Ugandan male impregnated a refugee here, then that one can be a Ugandan. But if refugees to refugees, no. Because time will come when refugees, if their country is okay, they will go back. So with that issue where refugees have to be citizens, Madam Speaker, I don't agree with it. Only in one case where a Ugandan impregnates a refugee here, that one I will agree. I beg to submit.
Honor Sechikubo, then Akurut.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the committee for the report. But Madam Speaker and members, debating this committee report on human rights is very critical. But the essential element of the Uganda Human Rights Commission is missing. Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson has ably told this House. And I remember even in your communication, some few days back, you had indicated this problem. How do we receive reports whose commission is non-existent? And this is a constitutional body. It is well provided for under Article 51 of the Constitution, Uganda Human Rights Commission. And Right Honorable Speaker and members, government had a history why they put up the Human Rights Commission because of the troubled past of this country. And the only safeguard we can have is having a commission in place. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the moment we don't have the Human Rights Commission, it is as if we are giving lip service to the human rights problems of this country and issues involved. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the functions of the commission under Article 52, the commission has powers to investigate at its own initiative or on a complaint made by any person or group of persons against violations of any human rights. And B, to visit jails, prisons, and places of detention, amongst others. Right Honorable Speaker. Up.
Honorable Chair.
Madam Speaker, the clarification I wanted to give is that this report was received way back when the chairperson of the commission was still alive, and the input of the Human Rights Commission is in the report. However, we take the concern of the member.
Now, Honorable Sechikubo, I want to confirm that in this report, our committee has dealt with the issue of the salaries of the staff, of ensuring that their conditions are reviewed, but also the fact that the commission is not fully constituted. They have talked about it.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm just emphasizing that point, that without a fully constituted commission, a lot remains to be done. People are stampeding Parliament, people who are arrested without being produced in court, people whose rights have been violated, people who cannot sit where the commission cannot sit to award people whose rights have been violated. And this is happening. And this is why I'm saying and urging government, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that we demand that this commission be fully constituted. Let the commission have its chair, let them roll out their work programs so that we can help together in the enforcing of the human rights commission of the human rights of citizens in this country. Short of that, other institutions like parliament, like the judiciary, and are being stampeded, and yet they may not be as effective as if there would be a commission in place. And that's why I'm urging government, now that we have government, please make sure that you expedite the Human Rights Commission and have it fully investigated. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm glad that you have pointed it out. Granting the children of refugees Ugandan status, you are abusing the whole setup of the refugee system in the country and internationally. It is meant that once situations stabilize in their respective countries, these refugees can go back. Other than that, you are going to create a problem for this country. People are kept in camps, in settlements, awaiting the return of normalcy in their respective countries. And Uganda being a host to many refugees around the Great Lakes region, we cannot abuse that and allow the refugees to be Ugandans, because you cannot automatically acquire citizenship in other countries. Madam Speaker, we've seen in Tanzania, people who had been there since the 60s are being evicted. We are seeing in Congo, we are seeing in Kenya. So the question of citizenship is very critical, and I would urge the chairperson to reconsider this and not take it lightly. We are a host country, we are peace-loving, but we also respect that the citizens of this country must remain Ugandans without people using other excuses to come here and get the citizenship just because they are here as refugees. And lastly, Madam Speaker, we need the human rights certificate of compliance, and I would like to support the committee. For everything we do in this country, for every budget we pass, we need a certificate of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Akurut and Yakunu Macho. Then I'll get the two.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members of the committee for this detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, I have about 3 issues that I wanted to share in this report, especially on the recommendations that they've made or on the issues that they have observed. First of it, that is the failure of government to adhere to the recommendations made by the Uganda Human Rights Commission on the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies. Right Honorable Speaker, I had an opportunity of working with the Uganda Human Rights Commission as a member of the commission for 4 years. This recommendation to the ministries or departments and agencies, it is year in, year out. They make annual recommendations to these ministries, but nothing is done. Just what they've pointed out, for example, that we should be able to adhere to the 15% Abuja declaration in the Ministry of Health, that is increasing the budget of the Ministry of Health to 15%. That recommendation has been on. I know health is under economic and social cultural rights, which is said that we realize them progressively depending on the availability of resources. But Right Honorable Speaker, there is no single year that we have actually our budgets or the budgets that we pass in this parliament has gone down. It has not retrogressed. It has been going up every year. But when you come to these economic, social, cultural rights that they are saying, realize them progressively depending on the availability of resources. We don't see the increase in the budgets. We don't actually adhere to what is expected of us. So I was wondering, and when the recommendation came of a requirement of the human rights certificate to these MDAs, just like we are doing it for gender and equity, Right Honorable Speaker, I would concur with the committee that we need this human rights certificate for these MDAs to be able to comply. Otherwise, the commission will continuously make recommendations and nobody will be taking them up. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue about reporting to the international institutions, and I also think that if we have this certificate of compliance, human rights compliance, maybe the ministries that are supposed to report to these commissions and international committees will be able to do due diligence, will be able to do their work. But because there is nothing really that we are using to be able to bring them to book. Sorry, give me just a minute. We have had areas in terms of reporting or backlogs in terms of these reports to these committees or international organizations. So I think, again, if we think that a certificate of human rights compliance is very critical, then the MDAs that are supposed to report, especially the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, is one that is key in making these reports, will be able to report. Right, Honorable Speaker, finally, is about the funding of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. We know the Uganda Human Rights Commission is supposed to be an independent institution, although of course formed by government. But as far as I'm concerned, the budget of the Uganda Human Rights Commission is not met 100% by government. There is no way you expect such a body that has a mandate to investigate, to litigate, to be able to do this independently when other people are the ones that are funding the Human Rights Commission. I remember then we used to get funding from DGF and other development partners. I think, again, it is so important that the government takes it upon itself to make sure that it funds the Uganda Human Rights Commission 100%, so that the mandate of the Uganda Human Rights Commission is not compromised. For you to be independent, just like Electoral Commission is, and I want to believe the Electoral Commission gets its budget 100% from government or from the consolidated fund. So it should be the case with the Uganda Human Rights Commission. It should get its budget 100% from government. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nyakun. Then Macho. Then I'll come to the other two. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and the leadership for this report. And I specifically want to say about the recommendation on forming the Commission for Disaster Preparedness. I remember our colleague here, Sarah, from PG, came up with a motion about this. I think this should really be taken very seriously, but now that the government has decided to merge most of these commissions and MDAs, I don't know whether this is going to be taken up very seriously. We can see what is happening right now in the country, Right Honorable Speaker. I came yesterday from the constituency. There is a lot of disaster happening right now with these March rains. And I'm now wondering, what about the people who are on the highlands and the people who are on the mountains? So if this commission is really taken up, I think it will be in position to help to solve the issue of disaster in the country. But then the other issue that I wanted to say also on the issue of the land rights. Right Honorable Speaker, I think I want to disagree with the committee because we know very well government could be targeting some places like, for example, Karamoja, that has very high level of minerals. And right now we have briefcase companies that have been surveying land in Karamoja, but we want government to first of all to register all these companies, and we should be given the right as people of Karamoja to possess our land but not be taken up by government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Macho. Then Aungeto, Rabushaija, and then Savagara.
Madam Speaker, greetings from the people of Busia. Before I submit again this morning, they have reminded me to vote you back as the next Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson for her very, very wonderful submission. Madam Speaker, during her submission, she talked about the Human Rights Commission. I keep comparing the Human Rights Commission of Uganda and other countries. And majorly Kenya who are our neighbors vis-a-vis the Federation for East Africa. Madam Speaker, the Ugandan Human Rights Commission looks to be a rubber stamp because it is a mandate that it is given to do. Majorly is protect the rights of Ugandans and to make sure that Uganda as a country lives under harmonious human rights environment. But as per se now, we have had many challenges with our people in this area, but no recommendation has been made at all. I keep giving a reference to my case when my bodyguard was killed on January 14th. We have tried to appeal. We have visited the Human Rights Commission up to now. They keep saying, wait until we shall have the chairperson of the committee. I don't know whether it is government intention that the chairperson of the Human Rights Committee is not put in place. So, Madam Speaker, this is a matter that I would really support the committee, that we need the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission in office as quick as possible so that many issues of human rights abuse can be settled. Secondly, Madam Speaker, on the issue of anti-slavery bill, anti-slavery bill needs an act as quick as possible because we have challenges in this country whereby we have broad day and open human trafficking. One time I gave a submission about how children from Karamoja sub-region are being trafficked to Kenya and sold in markets as if they are animals. So the act is really wanted. This will help, and vis-a-vis the same to our girls who are being taken as slaves in the name of labor export in Arab countries. So therefore, I would like to agree with the committee. But Madam Speaker, on the issue of the land acquisition, this one really, what we believe in Africa, that the wealth we have, number one in Busia is land, plus other two that I will not mention because they might cause a controversy here. So I believe that Uganda as a country should come out with good policies and also should make sure that land committees, Madam Speaker, for just a minute, the land committees, the land tribunals in the districts are really implemented. Lastly, Madam Speaker, to observe and to protect the rights of our people in this country, we need the Human Rights Defenders Bill. The Human Rights Defenders Bill will help our people to have a voice to talk on issues that are pertaining them and on issues that are giving people their rights to express their rights well and rightly. Lastly, I don't support the refugees to have citizenship. We people who are living on the borders, we know how people from Kenya are coming and buying land in Uganda cheaply because of the value of their money. But we are not allowed Ugandans to go in Kenya and buy land. Therefore, Uganda should not be even an open market for citizens from other countries to come and acquire any property like land without government noting this. And the fact when we do this, we might find that in the years to come when we have gone, we shall get presidents who are not Ugandans, and this will bring a very big problem to our grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So,
But my people,
Ongeto, Rabushaija, and then Sevagara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to start by thanking the committee and particularly the chair for presenting this comprehensive report. Madam Speaker, I have two issues, and I also want to emphasize a little bit on what my colleague, Honorable Macho, has said about the Human Rights Defenders Protection Bill. Because for me, the human rights defenders require a law that protects them. Because if they are left open, they may be cowed down into bringing out some of the issues. Now, the two things I want to bring forward, one relates to the children's rights. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in our communities, the issues of defending children's rights is more or less an accidental thing. There is less consistency in seeing that the children have their rights defended, even at the family level. in districts or communities where you have some international NGOs that try to support, it is in such communities that at least you can see something being done. And the two organizations that come to mind, for instance, are Plan International and World Vision. But unfortunately, they are not well spread in the country. And as a result, the issues of children's rights is not well known, and where they are defended accidentally. So please, I plead that maybe such organizations should be supported, and where possible, they should be well spread in the country. Number two, Madam Speaker, the chairperson talked about some emerging issues. I want to bring an experience I had yesterday, which is also an emerging issue relating to the name of the police force or the army. Madam Speaker, yesterday when I was coming back from Pakwach, I reached Matuga and found there was a line of vehicles at a checkpoint. And I was wondering what was happening, because I knew that there they would only be checking buses. But we found this lady, and she was putting on an army jacket, but on a civilian cloth, and putting on a gumboot. So we sat in the vehicle for long, and I was concerned. I came out. Sorry, Madam Speaker, this is interesting, because a lot of times we condemn the police and the army, not knowing that sometimes we have wrong people who bring a bad name to the police and to the army. And this was a typical example for which I want to, sorry, Madam, I will take a little bit of time, but I need this story to be clearly stated here. So when I asked the lady what is happening, her first answer was interesting and said, I am on duty. I said, I have not asked whether you are on duty or not. I am asking what is happening. She said, are you not aware of the presidential directive about animals? And in our car, we had 3 chickens. We had 3. And for her, it was like, you are not supposed to move with this thing. I said, are you sure? We continued with the argument until she asked for my identity card. I said, now that you have asked for my identity card, I also want yours. So I called the 2 police officers she was working with. And I asked, yes, I am bringing out my ID, bring out yours, and I want the police officers to look at these IDs. I brought out mine. She didn't bring out hers. And I said, in that case, I want the police to arrest you. You are one of the people who keep spoiling the name of the police and the army. And you spoil the name of the president's office. Good enough, in the car, we had somebody from maybe who also works in the president's office. I called him out. He also brought out his ID. So the lady ran to her vehicle. And her vehicle was number, I want to give the number here, UAV 169G. She went in the vehicle. And I said, I am not leaving here until she has also left. Because 1, she has not given the ID, which means you cannot identify who she is, and yet masquerading under the office, coming from the office of the president. And I said, I'm not leaving here. And of course, she was telling our driver to leave and leave with everybody. I said, I'm not, please bring my bag out. I want to stay in here until she has left. And I called the police, and they told me, said, Honorable, we feel very bad. We even don't know her, but she came here because we are at this checkpoint. Now she's using us. And I said, now, how do you accept to be used by somebody you don't know? You needed to have asked her for her identification. Of course, eventually she collected herself and she drove away. So, members, I'm bringing this story to let you know that sometimes our forces, their names are being spoiled by such wrong people. And this is something which we need to be keen about. I beg to.
Thank you, Honorable Shaija. Honorable Shaija, then say what that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues. I would like to take you slightly back on the issue of the refugees. Bear with me. Right Honorable Speaker, much as I thank the chair and her team on this issue of the human rights, I feel that I know that in Uganda we have over 1 million refugees, which is a very big number. And these people have had education, quite a number of them. I used to teach in one of the schools around Kampala, and we had in one school of about 3,000 learners, we had about 400 who were from Sudan, for example, and Somalia. So these people have had education. Some of them are even graduates. We have done something for them as Ugandans. So because of that, some even the liberty that they have been given, they have started buying land around, as Honorable Macho is saying, much as some of them front Ugandans. They buy land in the names of Ugandans and they are constructing. Others are prominent businessmen. So I feel that we have done enough, and if we add on giving them citizenship, we'll be going really overboard and as far as human rights are concerned. And bad enough or fun enough is that these people in their own countries around us, they are very hostile. Recently I was interacting with a person who is a painter, and he was given a job in Sudan for about 2 months. He was painting some big house of somebody big, of course. And these people he took about 5 other colleagues because he was the one who was given the job, but they were being guarded day and night because of fear that they will be raided at night. And these are painters just painting with the brush. And in spite of all that, they would time them even late in the night and attempt to come and take their money. So because of that hostility, I think that as a country, we have done something. And I don't agree that we should give them another opportunity to become citizens of this country. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Savagara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to give information because I'm a member of the Human Rights Committee, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the information I wanted to give to you, Madam Speaker, and members. In our report, we have mentioned about the welfare of nurses and midwives. And Madam Speaker, right now, as we are talking, patients are suffering, Madam Speaker, across the country. The nurses and midwives are on strike. Madam Speaker, the last 4 days in Malago Hospital, if you go to level 4 in Malago Hospital for ears and skulls, Madam Speaker, the cry which is going on in Malago Hospital and other hospitals across the country, Madam Speaker, is worrying. I'll request, Madam Speaker, as we talk about human rights, as we talk about defending human rights, Madam Speaker, we cannot leave many Ugandans outside there who are in need of health services stranded, Madam Speaker. I wish, Madam Speaker, that the government should come up with a clear program for the midwives and nurses, because we know, however much we can have doctors without nurses and midwives, Madam Speaker, the patients across the country are to suffer. Right now, if you go to Malago Hospital, Madam Speaker, and other many big hospitals, Madam Speaker, there is nothing like nurses and midwives treating the patients. Madam Speaker, we need to handle this urgently, because when we don't treat Ugandans, we are denying them their basic human rights, Madam Speaker. As we debate this report, let us get a clear statement from government when the nurses and midwives are going to sit on a round table with the government to ensure that they are back to work, so that we can save many lives, Madam Speaker, who are really dying right now, Madam Speaker.
So, honour members, I want to invite the chair of the committee to formally withdraw the recommendation on citizenship for refugee children born here. It's extremely risky.
Madam Speaker and members, I wish to consider and withdraw the recommendation. However, draw your attention to the rights of the citizenship to child refugees and registration. The talks can go on with the government of the refugees so that we find a
Honourable
solution.
member, the issue of citizenship
Not
is extremely.
citizenship, Madam Speaker, that one I withdraw.
Yes.
But how to ensure that they are registered.
No, that is a separate issue. Under the Refugees Act, that's a separate issue. Our concern is.
I withdraw the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you very much, honourable members. Now, the recommendation on citizenship for refugees born here is withdrawn. And now put the question that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Now put the question that the House to adopt the report. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Item 3. Now.
Item 3, motion for resolution of
You want to
Parliament.
thank the members? Okay, let the chair thank us first.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank our chairperson of the committee and the members and the staff for the commitment they put to this work to ensure that we deliver this report. I thank you all. And I thank members for adopting the report and all your contributions.
Thank you very much. Can also thank the honourable members for giving in time and especially the Committee on Human Rights for the work done. Thank you. Let's go to item 3, I think it was 3.
Item 4.
3. Are we ready for 3? I don't know. The islanders are here. Where is the owner of Migade? Okay. Call the inland thing.
Item
Let's hear one
3,
of the islanders.
Bill's second reading, the Inland Water Transport Bill 2020. Debate continues.
Honorable Senyonga. Honorable Senyonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are a few concerns with the islanders. First of all, the issue of change of name or alternation of the vessel after registration. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I thank the committee for the work well done, they should consider that change of the name cannot take time to go to see the minister. Change of a name, for example, Honorable Speaker, many vessels there are registered, for example, in the names of Muyanja, and I lose interest, and I give it maybe to be changed the name of my son or my daughter or my wife. I don't see any reason why that one should also be a problem when it is not changing of license. Another concern, right, Honorable Speaker, there is what is referred as short-term license for a period of not more than 3 months for seasonal businesses. Right, Honorable Speaker, that period of 3 months is really a very short time. These people who are making this law, many of them don't know the challenges of the islanders. I suggest that let it be not less than 6 months. That's a half a year for the good of our people. And I've been talking to the chair. I know even the minister will concede. The next issue, right, Honorable Speaker, is appeal in connection with license. Right, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to appeal, the committee is recommending that it should be addressed to the minister. Very Honorable Speaker, ministers are not so easy to be approached. I want the committee to come up with at least a board where the appeal can be referred to. But when you say the appeal must be addressed to the minister, that can take a period between 6 months to a year. And by that period, a big loss will be done and causing problems to the users. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there is also permit and license to small boats or vessels. Right Honorable Speaker, if they consider the same arrangement when they are issuing permits and licenses, Speaker, some of those boats are not used for transport or fishing. They are used for farmers on the lake, on the shores of the lake, most of the islands. When you go to Buvuma, Kome, Namayingo, we have so many farmers there. And now those ones should be considered in a special way when they are giving out licenses, that those are farmers, not in transport section, so that they are able to be handled differently, Right Honorable Speaker. And as I conclude, even the size of the vessels, the committee should consider different sizes because there are so many different people using different vessels on the wreck. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, honour members. As I had indicated, I'd wanted very much to hear from all of the islanders, but they have been represented. But also I want to state that there is another opportunity under the Fish and Aquaculture Bill to deal with some of these issues. And I do hope that they are not the two laws will not contradict one another. So I now put the question, that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have now put the question that the Inland Water Transport Bill 2020 be read for a second time. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
The Inland Water Transport Bill 2020, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Honour members, put the question that
Close one, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, much as we normally deal with the title at the end, but this very one, Madam Speaker, the committee proposes to delete clause 1, and our justification is that it is redundant given that according to the sections 3 and 15 of the Acts of Parliament, Cap 2, the short title appearing immediately before the long title is sufficient to identify the act.
Members, the question that clause 1 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. Clause 2.
Clause 2.
Honourable Chair.
Clause 2, Madam Chair, the committee proposes to delete, and the justification is to enable the proposed law come into force on the date of its publication in the Gazette, since the key administrative structures are already in place.
So you don't need to state that will become law upon publication? You don't need to state that?
We thought so, Madam Chair.
No, what I'm saying, what you are deleting is that it will come into force on the date appointed by the minister. But I'm asking, supposing you say shall come into force on the date of publication, is that not okay?
That would be fairer than stating date appointed by the minister, Madam Chair.
So let's amend it to say on the date on publication in the Gazette. Full stop.
I concede to that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Members have put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. The contrary no.
Clause 2 as amended.
Put the question that clause 2 as amended to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. The contrary no. Have it.
Clause 3.
Put the question that clause 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. The contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Put the question that clause 4 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. The contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Put the question that clause 6.
Clause 6, Madam
You
Chair.
have something on clause 6?
Yes. Madam Chair, the committee proposes to substitute for clause 3 the following. 3, the Maritime Administration is designated as the Maritime Administration Unit for purposes of Section 11 of the Lake Victoria Transport Act 2007. Justification: for clarity and to ensure consistency with the interpretation of maritime administration.
Members have put the question. That, yes. Councillor Nyonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That concern of Lake Victoria alone, as if we don't have a lakes, they should include and other lakes.
But there is a Lake Victoria Transport Act. Do you have a Lake Choga Act?
Yes.
Is there a Lake Choga Transport Act? Or a Lake Albert Transport Act?
Madam Chair, the East African Legislative Assembly passed the Lake Victoria Act, and we do not have any other laws in regard to other water bodies. So this particular clause is specifically for the Lake Victoria Act.
But also, on members, this one is now about inland water transport. I'm sure it will cover all the other lakes, because it's now about inland water. Yes. On members, I put the question that subclause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye. The contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
Put the question that clause 6 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. The contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Honorable Chair, clause 7.
Clause 7, Madam Chair. The committee proposes to delete the words under the control and instruction of the minister appearing in lines 1 and 2. And the justification is to ensure adherence to the established reporting structures within the ministry by the Maritime Administration to avoid conflict. Madam Chair, under 7R, we propose to delete the words administrator, this act, and appearing at the beginning of the paragraph R. Justification: the words are a duplication of clause 6.1 and therefore are redundant.
Members have put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
Put the question that clause 7 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable Chair, clause 8.
Clause 8, Madam Chair, the committee proposes to delete the whole clause. Justification, clause 8 has been provided for under clause 23, which provides for licensing of all vessels intending to carry on business. Registration of vessels is a prerequisite for licensing of all vessels, whether a vessel is registered in Uganda or possesses a recognized certificate of a foreign registry.
First, the question is that clause 8 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, Honorable Chair.
Clause 9, Madam Chair, the committee proposes to delete the words unless exempted by the minister, appearing in lines 2 and 3. Justification 1. The requirement for registration of vessels should apply to all vessels required to be registered under the Act to enhance safety and security and ease of monitoring. 2. Categories of vessels exempted from the application of this Act are clearly provided for under clause 4(2).
Members have put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
Question that clause 9 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, Madam Chair, 10(2)J, we propose to substitute for paragraph J the following. J, number of applicable life-saving appliances. Justification, to require all vessels to have life-saving appliances in place to enhance safety of human lives.
Members have put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
Question is that clause 10 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 11.
The question that clause 11 do stand part of the
Ma-
bill.
Madam Chair,
You have something on 11?
we propose to insert a new paragraph
Where?
just before 11.
Oh, after 10, okay, new clause.
New paragraph, we insert 2 new paragraphs immediately after paragraph K as follows. M, proof of payment of prescribed registration fee. Then N, any other relevant information as may be prescribed by the minister through regulations. The justification is to empower the minister to prescribe additional requirements for registration that may be deemed necessary. And 2, to provide for the registration fee, Madam Chair.
Members, put the question that new paragraph be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Put the question clause 11 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Put the question clause 12 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 13.
13, Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 13(1), we insert the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph D as follows. 1, the name of the master of the vessel. Roman 2, a description of the vessel in terms of material used for construction. Roman 3, the purpose of the vessel. Roman 4, the tonnage of a vessel or passenger capacity. Roman 5, the size and length of the keel. Roman 6, the number of life-saving appliances. And Roman 7, the number of the crew to work on a vessel. Justification is to require the registrar of vessels to contain as much information as possible about vessels to ease regulation and monitoring of operations of the vessels.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 13 be amended by the addition of those new provisions. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 13 as amended.
Question is that clause 13 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I think there's a new clause also. There's another new clause.
Madam Chair, that will be immediately after clause 15.
Put the question that clause 14 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Put the question that clause 15 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
New clause, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We propose to insert a new clause immediately after clause 15 to read as follows. Issuance of construction certificate. The Maritime Administration shall, upon registration of a vessel after completion of construction, issue a certificate, a construction certificate. Justification: to empower the Maritime Administration to issue construction certificates as proof of completion of construction of vessels under its supervision.
Honourable members, put the question that a new clause be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Honourable Chair, clause 16.
Clause 16, Madam Chair, we propose that in the head note, we insert the words of registration immediately after the word certificate. The justification is for clarity and specificity. Under clause 16(2), we substitute for subclause 2 the following. 2, the Maritime Administration shall, upon examination of the certificate of registration submitted under subsection 1 and being satisfied with the status of the certificate, A, sign and seal the back of the certificate, and B, indicate the date of examination as a record of authenticity and correctness of the certificate of registration. The justification is to clarify and ensure that the mandate to examine certificates is restricted to the Maritime Administration, since officers would be working on behalf of the Maritime Administration.
Members, I put the question that a new clause be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 16 as amended.
Put the question that clause 16 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 17.
Honourable Chair, 17.
Clause 17, Madam Chair. Clause 17(1). Substitute for subclause 1 the following. 1. Where a change of ownership of a vessel occurs, the intended owners shall apply to the Maritime Administration for a new certificate of registration. 2. The Maritime Administration shall, upon verification of change of ownership of a vessel and on payment of a prescribed fee, issue a new certificate of registration to the intended owner and cancel the former certificate of registration. Justification: 1, for clarity. 2, to require the Maritime Administration to first verify the change of ownership before issuing a new certificate of registration. 3, to provide for payment of a fee for issuance of a new certificate of registration. 17.3, Madam Chair, we substitute for subclause 3 the following. 3, where the intended owner of a vessel fails to comply with subsection 1, the vessel shall be treated as belonging to the former owner. Justification, it is for clarity.
Question is that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
Question is clause 17 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 18.
Honorable Chair, clause 18.
Clause 18, Madam Chair, on the head note, we intend to insert the words of registration immediately after the word certificate in the head note. Justification, for clarity, given that there are several certificates to be issued under this act.
The members have put the question that clause 18, the head note clause 18 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 18 as amended.
Put the question, the clause 18 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Put the question, the clause 19.
Clause 19, Madam Chair.
Okay, 19.
Clause 19, the committee proposes to delete the words "and to the person in charge of any vessel belonging to the government," appearing in lines 2 and 3. Justification, the words are redundant.
Members have put the question, the clause 19 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 19 as amended.
Question, clause 19 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Honorable Chair, clause 20.
Clause 20, Madam Chair, we substitute for the subclauses 2, 3, and 4 the following. Clause 2, where the Maritime Administration has granted the approval under subsection 1 and the alteration is made on a vessel, the owner or master of the vessel shall, within 30 days after alteration, notify the Maritime Administration. 3, the Maritime Administration shall, on receipt of the notice of alteration of a vessel under subsection 2, require the owner or master of the vessel to submit a certificate of registration. 4. Upon receipt of the certificate of registration under subsection 3, the Maritime Administration shall, within 21 days, and upon payment of a prescribed fee, register the alterations of the vessel and A, retain the original certificate of registration and issue a new certificate of registration containing the description of the vessel as altered, or B, endorse and sign on the original certificate of registration a memorandum of alteration. Our justification, Madam Speaker, for clarity and proper sequential arrangement of the provision. Clause 25. We propose to delete subclause 5. The justification, it is a duplicate or duplication of subclause 4.
Members put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
Put the question, the clause 20 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have
Clause
it.
21.
Put the question, the clause 21 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Honorable Chair, 22.
Clause 22, Madam Chair. Clause 22(2). Substitute for the words owner of a vessel appearing in line 1 the word Motgoga. Justification: to enable the Motgoga secure his or her interest in a mortgaged vessel by ensuring registration of the charge within maritime administration.
Honorable Chair, you have left out the word lien. You no longer interested in the lien on the vessel. Anyway, I think let us take your proposal, but your explanation has left out the lien.
Madam Chair, the lien is there. If you read in 22 in the bill, mortgages, charges, and liens. The owners of the vessel may use vessels as mortgages, charge, or lien. So we are just removing.
The word the owner.
Yeah.
Okay. Honor members, put the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 22 as amended.
Put the question that clause 22 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 23.
23.
Clause 23, Madam Chair, we propose to insert a new subclause immediately before subclause 1 as follows. A person shall not use a vessel to trade in or from the inland waterways unless the vessel is licensed by the Maritime Administration in accordance with this act. Justification: to ensure clarity and take care of clause 8, which has been deleted. And 2, to clearly provide for a restriction on engaging a vessel in trade of carriage of goods and passengers without licensing. Madam Chair, we also propose to substitute for the subclause 2 the following. Subclause 2. In exercising the powers under subsection 1, the Maritime Administration shall take into consideration the following. A, the desirability of encouraging the provision of adequate and efficient services, and B, the coordination of transport on inland waterways. 3, where the Maritime Administration refuses to issue a license, it shall, within 14 days, provide a written explanation to the applicant giving reasons for refusal. Justification: the current subclause 2 is already catered for under clause 30, but also to merge the clause 27 and 29 for better placement and avoid duplication.
Now, I think my report is not exactly like yours. Part of what you're reading, I don't have. But let me put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 23 as amended.
Put the question that clause 23 as amended.
Madam Chair, I beg your pardon, I read a wrong one.
Yes.
Because I took 2 pages.
Okay.
At the same time.
Because I was looking at page 36.
Yes, I was reading for clause 25.
No.
So kindly pardon me, I read for 23
Yes.
as 23, 1, substitute, subclause 1, subclause 1, the following. A person who intends to use a vessel for trade in carriage of goods or passengers inland waterways shall apply to the Maritime Administration for a license. Justification, the words company, organization, or partnership are redundant, given that the word person, as defined under the Interpretation Act, Cap 3, includes any company or association or body of persons, corporate or incorporated. And 2, to rectify the application, to restrict the application of the provision license of a vessel for trade only.
Now, members, I put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 23 as amended.
Put the question that clause 23 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 24.
Put the question that clause 24 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Now, Chair 25.
Clause 25, Madam Chair, on the head note, we intend to substitute for the word procedure appearing in the head note, the word requirements. The justification is to align the head note to the main provision, since the provision does not provide for procedure for application, but requirement for application of a license. We also intend, Madam Chair, to insert new paragraphs. Insert 2 new paragraphs immediately after paragraph H as follows. Seaworthiness certificate. And also proof of payment of application fees as may be prescribed by the minister by regulation. Our justification is to enhance protection by requiring a vessel to possess a certificate of seaworthiness before licensing. 2, to provide for requirements of payment of application fees for a license.
Now, members, put the question that clause 25 and 2 new clauses introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 25 as amended.
Put the question that clause 25 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Put the question that clause 26 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Honorable Chair 27.
Clause 27, Madam Chair, we propose to substitute for subclause 2 the following. Subclause 2, in exercising the powers under subsection 1, the Maritime Administration shall take into consideration the following. A, the desirability of encouraging the provision of adequate and efficient services, and B, the condition of transport in inland waterways. 3, where the Maritime Administration refuses to issue a license, it shall within 14 days provide a written explanation to the applicant giving reasons for the refusal. Justification is to, the current subclause 2 is already catered for under clause 30, and also we need to merge subclause, to merge clauses 27 and 29 for better placement and avoid duplication.
Members have put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 27 as amended.
Question that clause 27 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 28.
Put the question that clause 28 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 29.
Honorable Chair, 29.
Clause 29, Madam Chair, we propose to delete the whole clause. Justification, clause 29 has been merged with 27 for proper placement and sequencing.
Members, I put the question that clause 29 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 30.
Honorable Chair, clause 30.
Clause 30, Madam Chair, on the head note, we substitute for the head note the following: maintenance of vessels standards. Justification, for clarity, since 30 does not provide for conditions for grant of a license, but the conditions attached to a license after the grant. Under 30, subclause 1, we substitute the subclause 1 the following: 1. An owner or master of a vessel to whom a license is granted under section 27 shall A, ensure that the vessel is maintained in a seaworthy condition, and B, comply with the provisions of any law relating to prevention and control of pollution, the limit of weight, laden and unladen, the loading of vessels, and the number of passengers to be carried. Justification, for clarity.
Members, I put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 30 as amended.
Question that clause 30 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 31.
Put the question that clause 31 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 32.
Put the question that clause 32 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 33.
Put the question that clause 33 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 34.
Honorable Chair, 34.
Clause 34, Madam Chair, we propose to amend 34 by renumbering the current provision as 1 and inserting after it the following new subclauses. 2, the minister shall within 30 days of receiving an appeal notify the applicant of his or her decision. 3, a person who is dissatisfied with the decision of the minister may apply to High Court. Justification, to provide for the timelines within which the minister should act on an appeal. And 2, to provide for a mechanism through which a person dissatisfied with the decision of the minister may seek redress.
The members, I put the question that clause 34 be amended as
Right,
proposed.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
The 30 days given to the minister is quite a very long time. I thought this one, when we are going through, we agreed that let it be a fortnight, because the minister is a full-time worker there. Some of these people who apply may not have all that excessive time. There, I see consist that we make it a fortnight.
Do you have objection to that, shortening the period?
Madam Chair, I wouldn't have an objection to making it 14 days instead of 30 days, since honorable ministers are permanently employed.
You know, yes, Minister, do you have an objection to that? Do you have an objection to the 14 days?
Madam Speaker, maybe we make it 21 days because we need time to investigate and to come up with the correct decision.
Honorable Sanyonga, can we go to from 1421?
In the interest of the committee, I concede.
Okay, no members, so we adjust the dates from 30 to 21. I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 34 as amended.
With the question that clause 34 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 35.
Honorable Chair, 35.
Clause 35, Madam Chair, we propose under 35(1), we insert the words a vessel and vessels of traditional build immediately after the words vessels. Justification: to align the provision of the head note, since the provision applies to both small vessels and vessels of traditional build. Also in 35(2), we intend to insert the following paragraphs immediately after paragraph C. Paragraph D, scope of operation, and E, marking of vessel. Justification: to enable comprehensive regulation of small vessels and vessels of traditional build.
Honorable members, I put the question, clause 35 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 35 as amended.
With the question, the clause 35 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Clause, I put the question that
Clause 36, Madam Chair. Clause 36, 6, we substitute for the word thereto the words to the crew agreement. Justification: for clarity.
Can you read the full sentence as you want it?
Madam Chair, clause 36(6), a copy of every crew agreement and any amendment thereto shall be lodged with a maritime administration. So we are saying, instead of the word thereto, we say a copy of every agreement and any amendment on the agreement shall be lodged with the maritime administration.
Members, I put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 36 as amended.
The question that clause 36 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 37.
Put the question that clause 37 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 38.
38. Put the question that clause 38 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 39.
Put the 39, Honorable Chair. There's an
Clause
amendment.
39, Madam Chair. 39(2), we propose to delete the words maritime administration appearing at the end of subclause 2. Justification: to avoid restricting the provision to only certificates of competence issued by the maritime administration and recognize certificates of competence issued by the competent body responsible for maritime administration in another state. 2, to align the provision to the definition of certificate of competence as proposed in the amendment. Madam Chair, we also propose to insert a new subclause Insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 2 as follows. 3. The Maritime Administration shall not issue a certificate of competence to a person unless the person is a qualified seafarer. Justification is to require the Maritime Administration to use certificates of competence to only persons who have undergone training to become seafarers. This will guarantee competence of members of the crew.
Honourable members, I put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause
I also put the
39
question-
as amended.
I put the question that clause 39 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 40.
40, I put the question.
Clause 40, Madam Chair. Clause 40, subclause 1, we insert the words, the member of the, immediately after the word where appearing in line 3. Justification for clarity and to ensure consistent use of the phrase. Also in 40, subclause 2, we insert the words or her immediately after the word his to ensure gender inclusiveness.
Members, I put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 40 as amended.
Question that clause 40 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 41.
Put the question that clause 41 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 42.
Put the question that clause 42 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 43.
Put the question that clause 43 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 44.
Put the question that clause 44 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 45.
Put the question that clause 45 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 46.
Put the question that clause 46 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 47.
47, Honorable Chair.
Clause 47, Madam Chair, we substitute for the words home port of a member of the crew appearing in lines 5 and 6. The words port of engagement. Justification for clarity, since home port relates to vessels only and port of engagement relates to members of the crew.
Members, I put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 47 as amended.
Question that clause 47 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 48.
Put the question that clause 48 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no.
Clause 49.
Clause 49, Madam Chair. 49.2, we substitute for subclause 2 the following. 2, notwithstanding subsection 1, where a member of the crew alleges sickness and does not perform his or her duty, and the master has reason to believe that the member of the crew A is not medically indisposed, or B willfully concealed the sickness at the time of engagement. A member of the crew shall not be entitled to wages for the time during which he or she did not perform his or her duty by reason of alleged sickness. Madam Speaker, it's for clarity. Madam Chair.
Now, members, I put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 49 as amended.
Put the question that clause 49 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 50.
Put the question that clause 50 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 51.
Put the question that clause 51 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 52.
Put the question that clause 52 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 53.
Put the question that clause 53 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 54.
The members have put the question that clause 54 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 55.
Put the question that clause 55 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 56.
Put the question that clause 56 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 57.
Put the question that clause 57 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 58.
Put the question that clause 58 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 59.
Honorable Chair, 59.
Clause 59, Madam Chair, 59(1), we insert the word record immediately after the word identification appearing in line 2. Justification for consistent usage of the phrase Seaman's Identification Record Book.
The members have put the question that clause 59 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 59 as amended.
Question that clause 59 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 60.
Honorable Chair, clause 60.
Clause 60, Madam Chair, 60A, we substitute for the word qualifications appearing in paragraph A, the word competence. Justification, since qualifications of the crew member are assessed at the time of employment, the relevant information at the time of discharge would be the ability of the member of the crew to perform his or her duties and not qualifications.
Members have put the question that clause 60 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 60 as amended.
60 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 61.
Honorable Chair, 61.
61, Madam Chair, subclause 1, we insert the word crew immediately before the word agreement appearing in line 5. Justification is for clarity and to ensure consistent usage of the phrase crew agreement. Under 61, subclause 2, substitute for subclause 2 the following. 2. Where a member of the crew is discharged under this section, the provisions of this part relating to the Seaman's Identification Record Book and the return of a member of the crew to the port of engagement shall apply as if the service of the member of the crew had been terminated other than by consent to be discharged during the existence of the crew agreement. Justification is for clarity. 2, to ensure consistency with clause 59(1). And 3, having introduced the definition of port of engagement, the appropriate place to return a member of the crew at the discharge is the port of engagement. Madam Chair, I beg to move.
Honorable members, put the question that clause 61 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 61 as amended.
Question that clause 61 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 62.
Honorable Chair, 62.
Clause 62(1), Madam Chair, we substitute for the words home port appearing in paragraphs A and B, the words port of engagement. Justification, it is a consequential amendment.
Members have put the question that clause 62 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 62 as amended.
Question that clause 62 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 63.
Put the question.
Clause 63, Madam Chair. Substitute the 48 currency points and 2 years imprisonment with 240 currency points and 5 years imprisonment respectively. Justification: to increase the penalty to make it commensurate with the offense.
And the members put the question that clause 63 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 63 as amended.
Questions clause 63 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 64.
Honorable Chair, 64.
Clause 64, Madam Chair, under 64(1), we substitute for subclause 1 the following. 1. Whereby way of inspection or complaint, it appears to the Maritime Administration that a member of the crew, A, is unfit to discharge his or her duties by reason of incompetence, misconduct, or for any other reason. B, has been negligent in the discharge of his or her duties. Or C, has failed to comply with the provisions of this Act and any regulations made under this Act. The Maritime Administration may carry out an inquiry. Madam Chair, this is for clarity. Under 64(2), we propose to insert the words of competence immediately after the word certificate appearing in line 4. This is also for clarity and specificity. Madam Chair, we propose to delete subclause 3 of 64. The justification is not applicable to clause 66 after amending the clause to apply to an inquiry by the Maritime Administration. Under 64 subclause 4, we substitute for the clause 4 the following. Subclause 4, the Maritime Administration may, after holding an inquiry into the fitness or conduct of a member of the crew under this section, A, disregard the complaint if it finds a member of the crew competent and compliant with this Act. Or B, if satisfied with any of the circumstances referred to in subsection 1. 1, suspend or cancel the certificate of competence. Or 2, censure the member of the crew. Madam Chair, justification is for clarity and to require the Maritime Administration to carry out an initial inquiry into the conduct of a member of the crew instead of requiring the minister to appoint persons to carry out such inquiry. The minister can appoint an inquiry team where he or she is not satisfied with the inquiry by the Maritime Administration. Madam Chair, we also propose to insert 2 new clauses.
Let's take vote first on the old clause.
Most obliged.
On the members, I put the question that clause 64 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Can you now bring the new clause?
Madam Chair, we insert 2 new subclauses immediately after subclause 4 as follows. Where the Maritime Administration suspends or conceals a certificate of competence under subsection 4, it shall cause the certificate of competence to be delivered to the Maritime Administration. The Maritime Administration shall, upon completion of the inquiry, make a report to the minister. Madam Chair, this is for clarity.
Now, members, I put the question that new subclause we introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 63 as amended.
Put the question that
Clause
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 64
64 as amended.
as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 65.
Honorable Chair, 65.
Madam Chair, clause 65(1), we insert the words or cancelling immediately after the word suspending appearing in line 1. Justification is for consistency. Madam Chair, 65(4), we substitute the words issue another notice to that effect appearing in line 4, the words notify the member of the crew. And that is for clarity, Madam Chair.
Members, I put the question that clause 65 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 65 as amended.
Question is that clause 65 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 66.
Madam Chair,
66.
Madam
Honorable
Chair, we propose to delete clause 66 because it has been merged with clause 67.
Now, members, I put the question that clause 66 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 67.
Honorable Chair, 67.
Madam Chair, we substitute for clause 67 the following. 67, appeal from inquiry and rehearing. 1, a member of the crew who is dissatisfied with the decision of the Maritime Administration under Section 64 may appeal to the minister. 2, where after receipt of the appeal under subsection 1, it appears to the minister that A, new and important evidence which could not be produced at the time of the inquiry is discovered, or B, there are reasonable grounds that a miscarriage of justice may have occurred. The minister may order a rehearing of the whole or part of the case. 3, where the minister orders the rehearing, the minister shall appoint one or more persons or one or more person and one or more assessors to conduct an inquiry into the decision of the Maritime Administration. 4, a person conducting an inquiry under this section may A, confirm the decision taken under Section 64 and cancel or suspend the certificate of competence. B, where the decision was to cancel the certificate of competence, instead suspend the certificate. C, where the decision was to suspend the certificate of competence, suspend the certificate for a different period. Or D, make an order with regard to the costs of injury. 5, a person conducting an inquiry under this section shall within 2 weeks of completion of the inquiry submit a report to the minister. 6, the minister shall within 21 days of receipt of the report under subsection 5 notify the member of the crew of his or her decision. 7, where a certificate of competence is suspended or cancelled under this section, the holder of the certificate or competence shall deliver the certificate to the Maritime Administration. 8, Madam Chair, any costs which a member of the crew is ordered to pay under subsection 4D may be recovered by the minister. And 9, a person who is aggrieved by the decision of the minister may appeal to the court. Justification, Madam Chair, for clarity and empower the minister to order a rehearing of the matters handled by the Maritime Administration under specified circumstances.
The members have put the question that clause 67 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 67 as amended.
Question that clause 67 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 68.
Put the question that clause 68 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 69.
Honorable Chair, 69.
Clause 69, Madam Chair, we substitute for clause 69 the following. 69, failure to deliver suspended or cancelled certificate of competence. A member of the crew who fails to deliver the certificate of competence as required under section 64(2) and section 67(7) commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 100 currency points or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months or both. Justification for clarity and specificity, but also to increase the fine to make it deterrent.
Members, question that clause 69 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 69 as amended.
Question that clause 69 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 70.
With the question that clause 70 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 71.
Honorable Chair, 71.
Madam Chair, clause 71 on official logbooks. We intend to substitute for clause 71 the following. 71, official logbooks. 1, a vessel of 10 or more meters in length registered or licensed under this act shall have an official logbook. 2, the master of the vessel shall enter or cause to be entered in the official logbook the following particulars. A, every conviction by a court of a member of the crew and the punishment imposed. B, every offense committed by a member of the crew for which the owner or master intends to institute proceedings or for which punishment has been imposed on the board, on board a vessel. C, every case of illness or injury happening to a member of the crew, the nature of the illness or injury, and any medical treatment given. D, every refusal by a member of the crew to take any medicine. E, any marriage, birth, and death happening on board a vessel. F, the name of every member of the crew who ceases to be a member of the crew other than by death, stating the place, time, manner, and cause of the cessation. G, the wages due to any member of the crew who dies during a voyage and the gross amount of all deductions to be taken from the wages. H, the scale of the person, the scale of the personal effects of a member of the crew with any statement of each article sold and the sum received from it. I, every collision with any other vessel and circumstances in which it occurred. J, the date and time of posting up in a vessel of a notice containing particulars of the drought and freeboard of the vessel. And K, Madam Chair, any other entry directed by this act to be entered in the official logbook. 3, an entry in the official logbook shall be signed by the master of the vessel and a mate. 4. The master and or mate shall keep the information entered in the official logbook confidential, except in accordance with this act. 5. The master of the vessel shall within 48 hours after the arrival of the vessel at the final port of destination of the vessel or on the discharge of the crew, whichever happens first, deliver the official logbook of the voyage to the port administrator. Where the vessel, that is 6, where the vessel is lost or abandoned, the owner or master of the vessel shall, where practicable, and as soon as possible, deliver or transmit to the port administrator an official logbook duly made out up to the time of the loss or abandonment. And 7, Madam Chair, where the official logbook of the vessel ceases to be required by reason of the transfer of ownership of the vessel, the owner or master of the vessel shall, within 15 days of the transfer of the ownership, deliver or transmit to the port administrator a logbook duly made out up to the time of the transfer. Justification for this, Madam Chair, is for clarity and to ensure official logbook is clearly distinguished from other types of logbooks.
Members have put the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Those in favor? Yes, Honorable Augon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I needed support from the chair. In the event that one loses a logbook, what happens? I don't know whether there's a provision that caters for that. In terms of maybe reporting, what remedy is there in case a person loses the logbook? Because I want to believe this is the category which is handling all those matters. And then the form of maintaining the logbook. Are you going to have one digitally for ease of reference and tracing? So just some clarity from you, Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have said under 6 that even under record, even when you record, you must report to the port administrator as soon as practicable. I think after docking, if you lose the logbook, still you're required to inform the port administrator or even police, whichever becomes simpler.
The members have put the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 71 as amended.
To the question that clause 71 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 72.
Honorable Chair, 72.
Clause 72, Madam Chair, we propose to delete the whole clause. Justification, 72 has been incorporated under 71 since the particulars of entry are applicable to the official logbook.
Members have put the question that clause 72 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
73.
Honorable Chair, 73.
Madam Chair, 73, we intend to substitute for clause 73 the following and move it immediately after clause 74. 1. The master of a vessel who fails to comply with section 71 or 74 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 48 currency points or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or both. 2. A person who willfully destroys or mutilates or renders illegible any entry in a logbook or willfully makes or procures to be made a false or fraudulent entry in a logbook commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 48 currency points or imprisonment of a term for a term not exceeding 2 years or both. Justification is for clarity and better chronology, Madam Speaker.
The members have put the question that clause 73 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 73 as amended.
Question to clause 73 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 74.
74, Honorable Chair.
Clause 74, Madam Chair, the head note will substitute for the head note the following: deck logbook and engine room logbook. Justification is for clarity and specificity, given that the provisions under clause 74 relate to deck logbook and engine room logbook. Under 74(1), we substitute for subclause 1 the following: 1. A vessel with a deck or engine room shall carry on board a deck, logbook, or an engine room logbook in which shall be recorded particulars relating to the deck watch and the engine room watch, respectively. Madam Chair, this is for clarity and also to ensure that the requirements for a vessel to have a deck logbook and an engine room logbook is not based on the length of the vessel, but possession by a vessel or of the deck or an engine room. 74(3), we delete the subclause for provision. The provision is duplication of 73(2).
The members have put the question that the head note be amended. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I then put the question that clause 74 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 74 as amended.
Put the question that clause 74 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 75.
Honorable Chair, 75.
75, Madam Chair, we insert the words "and goods" immediately after the words "persons" appearing in line 2. Justification is to require an owner or master of an abandoned or lost vessel to include in the list goods that were on board the vessel at the time of the loss or abandonment.
Members have put the question that clause 75. Honorable Silas.
Thank you. Maybe my problem is when we talk about the master of the vessel and then the owner of the vessel. I do not know whether owners of these vessels always have a track about what the vessels are carrying. So I don't know whether this is very clear. We'll need a comment from the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, well, we were alive to the fact that at times owners of the vessels may not know the kind of goods that are aboard the vessel. That's why we use the word "o." We say owner or master. So if the master knows, he can still include.
Members have put the question that clause 75 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 75 as amended.
First, that clause 75 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 76.
Honorable Chair, 76.
76, Madam Chair, the head note, we substitute for the head note the following: master to deliver document. Madam Chair, this is for clarity.
Members have put the question the head note be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 76 as amended.
With the question that clause 76 as amended, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 77.
Honorable Chair.
Clause 77, Madam Chair, we delete the sub-clause, we delete the whole clause. It is a duplication of clause 72A.
(72E), what does it say? Did you amend 72E?
Yes, Madam Chair, we amended 72.
Because 74.
We amended 71,
Mm.
but under E, 71E in the proposed amendment, we said every marriage, birth, death happening aboard the vessel.
Every birth and death.
Yes, and marriage. So which takes care of
Yes, Honorable Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit confused because we deleted 72 and we say it was being incorporated in 71. Now, which other 72 is being referred to? I need a clarification. Thank you.
Yes, you
Madam
did clause
Chair.
72.
Madam Chair, when you read the proposed amendment under 71, Madam Chair, when you go to E, 71 to E, a master of a vessel shall enter or cause to be entered in the official logbook the following particulars. When you go to E, it says every marriage, birth, and death happening on board of the vessel. And 77, Madam Chair, in the bill, it says where a marriage, birth, or death takes place aboard a vessel, the master of the vessel shall make an entry to the effect in the logbook. It is a repetition, but if it is for avoidance of doubt, we can leave it. Otherwise, it has been captured in 71.
So we are on 74.
We are on 77.
77. We'll take it. Okay, the members have put the question that clause 77 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 78.
8, Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, the head note of 78, we insert the words a member. We insert the words of member immediately after the word repatriation. Justification to ensure consistent use of the phrase member of the crew. Also 78(1), we amend the subclause 1A by inserting the word crew immediately before the word agreement appearing in line 1, and B by substituting for the words comport appearing in line 3 the words port of engagement. Justification for clarity and ensure consistent usage of the words crew agreement. But also it is a consequential amendment, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 78(2)(a). We substitute for the words home port appearing in paragraph A, the words port of engagement, which is also a consequential amendment.
Members, I put the question that clause 78 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 78 as amended.
Put the question that clause 78 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 79.
Honorable Chair, 79.
79, Madam Chair, we substitute for clause 79 the following. 79, limitation of liability of owner or master of the vessel. 1, where a member of the crew is left at a place or port other than the port of engagement and remains at the place or port for a period of 3 months, the owner or master of the vessel who last employed the member of the crew shall make provision for the return of the member of the crew to the port of engagement. 2, an owner or a master of a vessel who fails to make provision for the return of a member of a crew under subsection 1 shall be responsible for any expenses incurred after the end of the 3 months period. Justification for clarity and to ensure precision.
Honorable members, I put the question. Yes, Honorable Silas.
Thank you, Chair. I needed to find out from the committee whether we are not going to prescribe conditions. For instance, if the person has stayed there because of certain reasons, don't we need to prescribe the reason? Provide for an exception. Because we might be talking of somebody remaining there, yet the person actually doesn't want to move, doesn't want to return. So I don't know whether it's not necessary for us to prescribe exceptions.
Madam Chair, it has been a practice of some owners of vessels or masters to intentionally leave or abandon members of the crew at any port. Sometimes these people don't have transport, they have no money on them. So now we are trying to compel these owners. However, if an owner or master of the vessel finds out that for some reason this member of the crew doesn't want to leave that port, even if it's not his port of engagement, then he can leave. But how do we capture that in the law? We are not so certain. Those discussions that I don't want to go, I want to stay, it is not easy, Madam Chair, to capture.
Honorable Silas.
Madam Chair, my proposal is that we let this be handled by the minister through the regulations. It is much more easier than prescribing it in the law, in my opinion, because conditions vary. It may be difficult for you to fix it here. I don't know what the chair will say, but that is the suggestion I have. It may be difficult for you to invent a provision right now, right here. Thank you.
But Madam Chair, also clause 80, to some extent, can provide cure for the honorable member's concern. Probably if we get there, he could get the cure.
What was the original provision? But it's not much different from what the minister had provided, except it has been broken in two provisions. It's more or less what the minister provided, but they broke it down into two.
Madam Chair, we're just trying to shout and get the right solution. And I would suggest the person who is left stranded should first of all make government aware that he is being stranded by reporting. Otherwise, when do we start counting the days? That makes the 3 months. So it is my suggestion that within this provision part, let us prescribe for reporting by the affected person, so that we know from when to count. And then we leave the rest the way it has been proposed. That's my suggestion, if it augurs well.
No, but before the government comes in, there's a little bit of the employer. I think that's what this provision is addressing.
Exactly, Madam Chair. We want to put the owner to task before even government comes in.
Members, put the question that clause 79 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Please have it.
Clause 79 as amended.
Put the question that clause 79 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 80.
Put the question that clause 80 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 81.
81.
Clause 81, Madam Chair. We substitute for clause 81 the following. Where a member of the crew is left at a port or discharged from the vessel at a port other than the port of engagement, the port administrator may demand from the owner or master of the vessel adequate security or guarantee for the repatriation of the member of the crew to the port of engagement. This is for clarity, and it's also a consequential amendment, Madam Chair.
Members have put the, yes.
It is my feeling that repatriation and safety is not enough. What about the welfare? What about the welfare of the person left in such a place? Because now if you leave somebody there, we may not be sure that that person has money for food. So the welfare, accommodation, and the livelihood as you wait to be repatriated. I felt that the master should be responsible for that equally. So within that provision, let us provide for the upkeep so that they don't continue with such behavior.
Issue of welfare.
But now, how are we going to determine the amount for upkeep? It is going to be quite difficult, Madam Chair, because now the demands of the member of the crew may become very high and will inconvenience the owner. I think repatriation in itself should be enough, because we want to ensure that this member can be able to go back to his home. So instead of leaving him or her at any port, we want to take him back where he was found, where he was engaged to begin working on that vessel. That's what we call the port of engagement, Madam Chair. So when he reaches there, he can be able to very quickly go home.
Members have put the question that clause 81 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 81 as amended.
Put the question that clause 81 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 82.
Clause 82, Madam Chair. We propose to amend subsection 1 by putting A, by substituting for the words proper return port, appearing in line 2, the word port of engagement. And B, by inserting the word official immediately before the word logbook, appearing in line 3. This is a consequential amendment, Madam Chair, and also for specificity, since the information relating to personal effect is specifically entered in the official logbook.
Members, I put the question that clause 82 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 82 as amended.
Put the question clause 82 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 83.
83, Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, we amend clause 83A by deleting the word behind, appearing in line 2. B, by substituting for the words home port, appearing in line 3, the words port of engagement. And this is for clarity, Madam Chair.
Members, I put the question that clause 83 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 83 as amended.
With the question that clause 83 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 84.
84, Honorable Chair.
Clause 84, subclause 2, we substitute for the words home port, appearing in line 4, the words port of engagement, and also this is for clarity.
Members, I put the question that clause 84 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 84 as amended.
Question that clause 84 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 85.
85, Honorable Chair.
Clause 85, the head note, we substitute for the words crew member, the words member of the crew. This is to ensure consistent usage of the phrase. Madam Chair, 85.1, we substitute the words home port, appearing in paragraphs A and B, the words port of engagement, and wherever they appear. And this is for clarity. Under clause 82, 85.2, we amend subclause 2A by substituting for the words home port, appearing in paragraphs A and C, the words port of engagement. B, by deleting paragraph B. Justification is for clarity, but also paragraph B is not applicable a distressed member of crew.
My members, I put the question the head not be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. I then put the question that clause 85 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 85 as amended.
Put the question the clause 85 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 86.
Put the question the clause 86 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 87.
Put the question that clause 87 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. 88.
Clause 88.
Put the question that clause 88 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 89.
Honorable Chair, 89.
Clause 89, Madam Chair. Clause 89, subclause 1, insert the words qualified and immediately before the word competent. And this is to ensure that the vessels are manned by skilled persons.
Honour members, I put the question that clause 89 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 89 as amended.
Put the question clause 89 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 90.
Put the question.
Clause 90, Madam Chair. Under 92, substitute the 24 currency points and the 1 year imprisonment with the 200 currency points and 5 years imprisonment respectively. This is to increase the penalty to make it commensurate with the offense.
The members have put the question that clause 90 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 90 as amended.
Put the question that clause 90 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 91.
Honorable Chair, 91.
Clause 91, Madam Chair, 91 subclause 1. Substitute for subclause 1 the following. The minister may appoint an ad hoc assessment and verification panel. Justification is to ensure that the assessment and verification panel is appointed to handle a particular assignment for specified period of time. Also, we insert a subclause here, a new one. Insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 1 as follows. 2. The assessment and verification panel shall consist of 5 persons with at least 5 years experience and knowledge in management of vessel, engine rooms, navigations, and maritime or maritime administration. Justification is to ensure clarity by providing for the composition and qualification of members of the assessment and verification panel. Under 91(2)(a), we prefer to delete paragraph A. Justification: a certificate for manning is only used to a vessel and not persons.
Members have put the question that. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to challenge the chair and the committee. When you talk of 5, the panel of 5 members, we don't have many experts in this country. And that is going to make more confusion and a delay. Why not 3, a panel of 3 at least?
Honorable Said Abumba.
Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on the qualifications. I don't know whether we have many institutions in this country where we can draw that kind of experience. If we insist on 5 years experience, we might not get it among Ugandans because we have not had organized maritime. So I would request that instead of 5 years, we reduce it to experience to about 3 years. Otherwise, we are going to end up with the people coming up from the neighboring countries taking up that position. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, do you have an idea where we can get those experts?
Madam Chair, on the issue of the 5 members, I can concede to 3, which is okay. But on the issue of qualifications, Madam Chair, these are very, very, very technical issues. We cannot just allow everybody to handle them. We need people with experience and that expertise that it requires to sort out such matters. Now that we have reduced to 3, maybe the minister can tell us where we are going to get the 3 experts, Madam Chair.
No, but honor members, unless you are going to borrow from Tanzania, I don't know whether we really have experts in Uganda. That maybe the minister can tell us.
Right, Honorable Chair, we intend to borrow from Tanzania and other countries that have until we have trained ours, but we can't risk having unqualified people. That is the problem we have. we are going to start training. We are opening up at Namasagari and Entebbe. But before we have really qualified people, we might have to borrow from outside.
Honorable Senyonga.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, even if we are going to borrow that expertise from the neighboring countries, but at least 2 years are enough to train, because a 2-year training is almost for a diploma. When you go to countries like Sweden, where they have many of those ones, they are mainly in a diploma course of 2 years. Why don't we say that we train hours for a period of 2 years instead of borrowing, and we continue demanding for an experience of 5 years? Because even after training for 2 years, we subject that person for another 3 years ahead before we trust our own. Right Honorable Speaker, I support we train them for a 2-year period. I thank you.
Chamber.
Madam Chair, in light of what the Honorable Minister has just said, I would like to agree, but also find a middle ground with the proposal by the Honorable Senyonga. We go for 3 years, since we can have at least a middle ground. Instead of borrowing for so long from Tanzania, we shall have trained our own, Madam Chair. So we go for 3 years experience and knowledge in the management of vessels, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, honourable members. I put the question that the proposal be further amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I put the question that clause 91 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause
But now
9.
that I see the Minister of Finance here, where is he?
He has gone.
Oh, he has gone. I think it's very, very important that the Maritime University at Busitema Namusagari should start as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we shall continue borrowing for the next 10 years. Yes.
Clause 91 as amended.
Put the question, the clause 91 as amended, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Honourable members, before we go to clause 92, I want you to join me in welcoming a delegation from the Kenya National Assembly, from the Department of Sergeant at Arms and Security, Mr. Naman Agengo. You're welcome. Felicita Masita, welcome. Charity Ngugi, not the other charity, the presidential. Welcome. Gideon Eteleji. Gideon, welcome. Ruben Atingla, you're welcome. Crispina Souma, you're welcome. Mr. Duncan Robert. Duncan, welcome. Abdullahi Abdi Birie, you're welcome. Mr. Benson Musuri, welcome. Mr. Robinson Mutai. One of members want to welcome them. They are here on a benchmarking visit to the Parliament of Uganda. Let's go to clause 92.
Clause 92.
Madam Chair, in clause 92, we propose to insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 1 as follows. The minister shall not designate a company under subsection 1 unless the services of a company are acquired in accordance with the Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets Act 2003. Justification: to ensure compliance with the applicable procurement laws when sourcing a company or companies to provide survey and inspection services.
Members, I put the question that clause 92 will be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 92 as amended.
Put the question clause 92 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 93.
Honorable Chair, 93.
Clause 93, Madam Chair, we insert new paragraphs immediately after B as follows. I, the construction, arrangements, and fittings of the hull and machinery. Roman 2, the qualification and number of persons working on a vessel as required under this act. Justification is to broaden the scope of the areas of survey and inspection to ensure safety of the vessels.
Members, I put the question that clause 93 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 93 as amended.
Question is that clause 93 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 94.
Honorable Chair, 94.
Clause 94, 1C. Substitute for the words occasion arises. The words may be deemed necessary. Justification is for clarity, Madam Chair.
Members, I put the question, the clause 93 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Aye. No, it's 94, sorry. 94.
Clause 94 as amended.
With the question that clause 94 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 95.
Honorable Chair, 95.
Clause 95, Madam Chair, we move subclauses 6, 7, and 8 immediately after subclause 1, and our justification is for proper chronological flow.
Members, I put the question that clause 95 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 95 as amended.
Put the question that clause 95 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 96.
Honorable Chair.
Clause 96, the committee proposes to delete the entire clause. It is a duplication of clause 93.
Members, I put the question that clause 96 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 97.
Put the question that clause 97 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 98.
Put the question that clause 98 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 99.
Honorable Chair, 99.
Clause 99, Madam Chair, on the head note, we delete the word manager, and wherever it appears under clause 99 and in other parts of the bill. Justification, the word manager is redundant since a manager would be working on a vessel as an agent of the owner or a vessel and is already catered in the definition of the owner. Madam Chair, 99 clause 3, subclause 3, we delete the whole subclause. The justification is the mandate to ensure certificate of seaworthiness lies within the Maritime Administration and is already provided for under clause 93(3).
Members, I put the question, the clause 99 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 99 as amended.
The question, the clause 99 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 100.
Put the question, the clause 100 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 101.
Members, I put the question, clause 101 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it.
Clause 102.
Honorable Chair, 102.
Madam Chair, we amend 102 by A, deleting the words owner, O, appearing in the line 1, and B, by inserting the word calibrated immediately before the word campus. Justification: 1, an owner of the vessel is not involved in the navigation of a vessel, and therefore the provision would not be applicable to him or her. Number 2, calibration ensures reliability of the campus instrument, which enhances safety, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, I put the question that clause 102 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 102 as amended.
Put the question that clause 102 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 103.
Members, clause
Clause
103.
103, Madam Chair, we propose to delete the words under 1031, the words owner or appearing in the line 1, and wherever they appear under clause 103, and this is a consequential amendment.
Members, I put the question that clause 103 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 103 as amended.
Questions that clause 103 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 104.
Honourable Chair, 104.
Madam Chair, under 104 subclause 1, we substitute the words station on shore appearing in line 4, the words search and rescue centers. Justification is to ensure clarity and specificity.
Members, I put the question the clause 104 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 104 as amended.
Put the question clause 104 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 105.
Put the question that clause 105 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 106.
Honourable Chair, 106.
Clause 106, subclause 4, we insert the words load line immediately before the word certificate, wherever it appears under subclause 4. And this is for clarity, Madam Chair.
Now, members, I put the question that clause 106 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 106 as amended.
Put the question that clause 106 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 107.
Put the question that clause 107 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 108.
Honourable Chair, 108.
Madam Chair, clause 108, subclause 1 and 2, we substitute for the word minister appearing in the first line of the subclause 1 and the second line of subclause 2, the words maritime administration. Justification: given that it is the maritime that issues a load line certificate, it is only prudent to give it a mandate to cancel the certificate, Madam Chair.
Members, I put the question clause 108. Yes, Honourable Pendi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just need clarity because I heard the chair saying that wherever the word owner appears, there would be consequential amendments. And when you look at 108 subclause 2, it says where the load line certificate is suspended or cancelled, the minister may require the owner or master of the vehicle. So are we saying we are going to remove the word owner from all these other subsections based on what the chair is saying? I think we may miss out or lose out on the point because these vessels have owners. So if you say consequential amendment, wherever the word owner appears, it should be removed. Then are we going Are we not going to lose the point here, Right Honorable Speaker? I need that clarity.
Honorable Chair, what's your rationale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deletion of the word owner and where they appear was only in reference to clause 103. If you read clause 103, Madam Chair, on top of the page, 103 navigation and other lights and sound signals. That's where we said we delete the word owner, but it was in respect with clause 103. In other clauses, we are not supposed to delete.
Thank you. That was 103 was about navigation, and the owner may not be the navigator. So I put the question that clause 108 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 108 as amended.
Put the question that clause 108 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 109.
I think there's a new clause. I don't know where it's falling.
Madam Chair, the new clause will go immediately after 109.
Okay, now members, I put the question that clause 109 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. New clause.
Madam Chair, we insert a new clause immediately after clause 109 as follows. Appeal against suspension or revocation of load line certificate. An owner or master of a vessel who is aggrieved by the decision of the Maritime Administration to suspend or cancel the load line certificate may appeal to the minister. And the justification, Madam Chair, is to provide for an appeal mechanism against the decision of the Maritime Administration.
Members, I put the question that new clause be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 110.
Honourable members, I put the question, the clause 110 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 111.
Put the question that clause 111 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 112.
Put the question that clause 112 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 113.
Put the question that clause 113 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 114.
Put the question that clause 114 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 115.
Put the question that clause 115 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 116.
Put the question that clause 116 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 117.
Put the question that clause 117 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 118.
Members have put the question that clause 118 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 119.
Members have put the question that clause 119 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 120.
Honorable Chair, 120.
Clause 120, Madam Chair, subclause 1, substitute for subclause 1 the following. 1. Where a surveyor believes that a vessel is unfit to sail, the surveyor shall submit a written report on the findings of the inspection to the minister with the recommendation to detain the vessel. Justification is to mandate, is that the mandate to detain vessels for unseaworthiness should lie within the minister. Clause 122, we propose to delete the whole subclause. The justification following the amendment made to subclause 1, the provision becomes redundant. And Madam Chair, we propose to insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 3 as follows. The owner or master of a vessel who is aggrieved by the decision of the minister under this section may appeal to High Court. Justification is to provide for an appeal mechanism against the decision of the minister.
Members, I put the question that clause 120 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 120 as amended.
Put the question that clause 120 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 121.
Honorable Chair, 121.
Madam Speaker, the committee proposes to delete clause 121 following the amendments made to clause 120. It is irrational for the minister to become a complainant and at the same time a judge in the same manner.
Members have put the question that clause 121 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 122.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed to 122, the committee proposes to substitute for the title of part 11 the following. Part 11, declaration and management of inland ports. And the justification is to broaden the part 11 to provide for management and administration of inland ports owned by government and private owners. But also, Madam Speaker, maybe I'll bring that as we go to 122, or I can bring it now.
The inland ports are under 122.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So you want to change the head note?
We want to change the head note, but also we also want to introduce the port administrator.
Okay, I'll speak to them first, all of them.
We proceed first?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, we intend to introduce new clauses. We insert new clauses immediately after.
Oh, is this after separate from 122?
After 122.
Okay, let's take a vote on the other one. On our members, I put the question that the head note in part 11 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Let's go now to
Clause 122.
122.
Madam Chair, we insert new clauses immediately. Maybe we could pass 122 first, because we are not amending it.
The port administrator is separate provision?
Yes, Madam Chair.
That would be like 123?
Yes, if we renumber, it becomes 123. But we first deal with inland ports, 122.
Yes, I think we have taken a vote on the inland port. Yes.
No.
We're good 122.
The way I understood it, the chair was saying we're trying to broaden 122 to include everything. And what we'll now do is a breakdown, but still under 122.
So this
we
should
may
want
not
a
need to
new
introduce
clause.
123, in my opinion.
Madam Chair, the first thing we dealt with was the head note. Part 11 was just saying inland ports, full stop. Then we proposed an amendment which has been passed to change it to declaration and management of inland ports. That one we have dealt with. Now there is 122, which is under that same head note, which is inland ports. And we are not amending that one, Madam Chair.
So you're introducing a new clause?
We are introducing a new clause immediately after clause 122.
Okay, proceed.
Clause 122.
I put the question that clause 122 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
New clause, Madam Chair. We insert new clauses immediately after 122 as follows. Port administrator. 1. The minister may engage a person to be a port administrator for inland ports owned by government. 2. Every private port licensed under this act shall have a port administrator. 3. The port administrator shall be responsible for managing and maintaining efficient operations of inland ports. 4. The port administrator shall maintain a booking office and ticketing office for passengers and cargo within the inland port. Another head note, private ports. 1. A person may operate a private port in accordance with this act. 2. A person who wishes to operate a private port shall apply to the Maritime Administration for a license. 3. The Maritime Administration shall, before issuing a license under this section, take into consideration the following. A. Port infrastructure standards. B. Safety and security of a port. C. Available offshore space. D. Safe and clear approach for a vessel to dock. E. Availability of appropriate quay. F. Environmental compliance. And or G. Any other requirements as the minister may by regulation prescribe. 4. Madam Chair, the Maritime Administration shall, where it is satisfied that all the requirements under subsection 3 are complied with, and upon payment of a prescribed license fee, grant the license to the applicant. 5. Where the Maritime Administration refuses to grant the license, it shall within 14 working days provide a written explanation to the applicant giving reasons for the refusal. 6. An applicant who is aggrieved by the refusal of the Maritime Administration to grant a license may, within 14 working days from the date of receipt of a written explanation under subsection 5, appeal to the minister. 7. An applicant who is dissatisfied with the decision of the minister may appeal to court. Madam Speaker, another head note is duration of a license. A license to operate a private port shall be valid for a period of 1 year from the date of issue. Another head note, Madam Chair, renewal of a license. 1. A person may apply to the Maritime Administration for renewal of a license to operate a private port. 2. An application for renewal of a license to operate a private port shall be made in accordance with the regulations made under this act. And the justification, Madam Chair, is to make provision for an administration of inland ports, but also number 2, to provide for the private ports and licensing. That is it, Madam Chair.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I suggest that under subclause 7, you have not specified the court. You say an applicant who is dissatisfied with the decision of the minister may appeal to court, but I don't know whether he can appeal to the magistrate's court or to the high court. I don't know whether I do not need to specify the court.
Madam Chair, most obliged, we can say to high court.
Okay. Yes.
My fear is that when we talk of high courts, they may be far away from our people. And I thought for purpose of quick justice and fairness, let it be the magistrate's court because it's closer to the people. In a situation where we want money quickly, the economy should run.
Madam Chair, the port administrator is answerable to the minister, and the decisions by a minister are appealed against to High Court. Taking it to a lower court, Madam Chair, would not be reasonable in my own thinking. But I don't know what the opinion of the House will be.
Minister, what does the minister say? Which is the appropriate court?
The appropriate court is the High Court.
Members, please.
I don't think it's a matter of appealing to the High Court. It depends on the substance of the matter and the value of the issue you are handling. Because this involves money, it is a board, and definitely there must be arbitration first, come what may. But again, you can't go to the High Court first. It depends on the value of the business this person is having. That's how you can go to the High Court.
No, this is an appeal against the refusal to grant a license. I think let's leave it at the High Court.
No, Speaker, still refusing to grant a license. How much will the license cost as you start? How much do I pay? That's the question. Because if I'm paying a subsidy, I'm buying a license at 100,000. Can I appeal that in the High Court? Definitely that will not be correct. So let me work as the Attorney General for the time being, since he's not around.
We shall assign you that work later. For now, honor members, I put the question that the new clauses be introduced as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Initially, Madam Chair, I thought that the issue of setting conditions should have been left to the minister and we use the regulations. But now that we have decided to plant them here, I want to find out from the chair whether it's not necessary for us to insert as one of the conditions for us to check the tracker record of the person who is applying for the license. One, on the issues of security. You know, criminals these days take advantage of situations. Somebody comes to open a business with the other intentions. So before somebody gets a license, maybe the security record needs to be checked. Two, I don't know whether I'll be demanding for too much. For one, to always have a tax identification number, because you can't just open a business like that and we don't know what you are going to do in terms of contributing to our consolidated fund. The tax records, have you been paying tax in the last 5 years? If you are a defaulter, why should we give you a license? Now that you have decided to put conditions in this law.
Uganda's system, we don't have, yes, we get tax identification numbers, but there's no system put in place that if a child gets 18 years, is in senior 5, must get a tax identification number as a must. This is done in Kenya, by the way, for every citizen. Now, right, Madam Chair, people who are applying for who are coming to get registration. Some are just beginning business. How will you ask him for a tax identification number? It will be very difficult. Secondly, the track record of somebody for criminal what, it is correct. But the question is, Madam Chair, that is again, the first thing would be knowing that I'm a citizen of Uganda. I might be having a criminal offense, but the matter is not yet decided. So will I be stopped? No.
Now, honourable members, the proposal is interesting, but I think the honourable mover should have gone to the committee to test it in the committee to see whether those conditions fit in with the issue of inland water transport. So we cannot include new conditions here. No, we cannot include new conditions. We are taking a vote, I think.
Yes, we had.
Okay, let's go to 123.
123, Madam Chair.
123.
Honourable Chair.
Clause 123, Madam Chair. The committee proposes to delete paragraph B of 123. Justification, it is redundant since the provision applies to all vessels.
Members have put the question that clause 123 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 123 as amended.
Put the question that clause 123 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 124.
Honourable Chair, 124.
Clause 124, Madam Chair, we delete the words of the port authority appearing immediately after the word authorized employee and whenever they appear in the bill. Justification, they are redundant given that the phrase authorized employee has been defined to mean an employee of the port administrator.
Members have put the question that clause 124 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 124 as amended.
Put the question that clause 124 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 125.
Honourable Chair, 125.
Madam Chair, we substitute for clause 125 as follows. 1. There shall be levied upon every vessel entering an inland port other than a vessel belonging to government such port rates and charges as may be prescribed by the minister by regulation. 2. The port administrator shall maintain and make available for public inspection a list of rates and charges applicable to a port. Madam Chair, this is for clarity and to ensure that the port rates and charges are determined by the minister through a statutory instrument to ensure transparency and to facilitate efficient management of ports.
Members have put the question that clause 125 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 125 as amended.
Questions that clause 125 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 126.
No, Chair, 126.
Madam Chair, we propose to substitute for clause 126 as follows. 1. Where any port charges are owing in respect of any vessel, the authorized employee may arrest the vessel until the amount of the port charges owed are paid. 2. Where the owner or master of the vessel fails to pay the port charges within 7 days from the date of arrest of the vessel, the owner or master of the vessel shall provide to the authorized employee collateral of financial value not less than the port charges owed. 3. Upon receipt of the collateral in subsection 2, the authorized employee shall release the vessel to the owner or master of the vessel. 4. Where after 30 days, the presentation of collateral under subsection 2, the port's charges remain unpaid, the authorized employee may sell the collateral and recover the port charges from the proceeds of the sale. 5. Where after recovering the port charges under subsection 4, remains a balance from the proceeds of the sale, the authorized employee shall deliver the balance to the owner or master of the vessel. Madam Chair, this is to ensure minimum disruption of business operations of the vessel.
Yes, Honorable Silas.
Madam Chair, I find it a little crazy for us to run quickly to sell somebody's vessel because they failed to pay up a figure that we even don't know here. It could be 500,000. In my opinion, 30 days is such a small time for you to take a decision to sell a vessel. A vessel is a big investment. So I would think once somebody has taken a month, like we have done in other laws, we compound the interest, we compound the figures. Should it take 1 year, then we can now take a decision to sell. Because I do not think there's anybody who has a sane brain who can decide to leave their vessel there for a full year unattended after giving all those monies. I know there's issue of collateral, but as long as the money is being compounded, once it hits 12 months, we now go for the sale. I think that will work out very well. Otherwise, we shall be disorganizing the economy, in my opinion.
No, Honour Member, if you read the proposal under 3, it says that where the bills remain unpaid and the vessel owner presents a collateral, the port authority will allow the ship to go and they hold on to the collateral. So it is after 30 days that the ship has gone, the collateral is here, that they're proposing to sell. The collateral, not the ship.
I think I've understood you, Madam Chair, but my issue is they will release the vessel.
Yes.
But the moment it reaches 30 days, yes, the collateral is with the administrator. The moment it hits 30 days, government will recall that vessel if you have not yet paid. Unless I didn't get the chair properly. I think that is what it means. So I'm not comfortable with the 30 days. At the first, we are talking of 7 days. If you fail within 7 days, what you do, provide collateral. After the 7 days, within 30 days, if you have not paid up, the vessel is confiscated and it's sold. I think that will be so unfair. We need some justice, some fairness.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, we had a big task before agreeing on this position. First of all, we thought we would confiscate the vessel permanently. But these ports have very small space for docking. If you held a vessel, which is quite big, for a whole year, that port will be paralyzed for that whole year. There will be no business because you have not paid and your vessel is occupying space for docking. So that's why we ended up with the issue of collateral. We give you 7 days. Within 7 days, if you can't raise the money, please create space for other vessels to dock. But give us collateral, give us some security to show that, yes, you're taking your vessel, but you'll be able to pay. But also, waiting for so long for somebody to pay very little money is also not acceptable. 37 days, Madam Chair, because we first gave you 7. Now we are saying after 30, having received your collateral, it becomes 37 days. You should be doing something to clear the bill. Otherwise, people will be taking forever to pay these charges.
Members, I put the question that clause 126 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 126 as amended.
Questions that clause 126 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 127.
Put the question that clause 127 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 128.
Put the question that clause 128 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 129.
Put the question at clause 129 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 120, 130.
Put the question at clause 130 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 131.
Put the question at clause 131 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 132.
Put the question at clause 132 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 133.
Clause 133, I put the question at clause 133 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 134.
Put the question at clause 134 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 135.
Honorable Chair, 135.
Clause 135, Madam Chair. Subclause 1, we substitute for subclause 1 the following. 1. Where the receiver of a rake reasonably believes that the rake A is in possession of a person who is not its owner, or B, is concealed by any person, the receiver may apply to a court for a search warrant to recover the rake. Madam Chair, this is for clarity.
Members, I put the question that clause 135 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
135 as amended.
Questions that clause 135 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 136.
Put the question that clause 136 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 137.
Put the question that clause 137 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 138.
Put the question that clause 138 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 139.
Put the question that clause 139 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 140.
Put the question that clause 140 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 141.
Put the question that clause 141 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 142.
Put the question that clause 142 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 143.
Put the question that clause 143 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 144.
Put the question that clause 144 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 145.
Put the question that clause 145 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 146.
Put the question that clause 146 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 147.
Put the question that clause 147 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 148.
Put the question clause 148 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 149.
Put the question clause 149 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 150.
Put the question clause 150 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 151.
Put the question clause 151 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 152.
Put the question clause 152 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 153.
Put the question clause 153 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 154.
Honorable Chair.
Clause 154, Madam Chair, we propose to insert a new subclause immediately after 4 as follows. 5. The minister shall within 1 month of receiving the report under subsection 3 or 4 publish or cause the publication of the report in a newspaper of wide circulation. Madam Chair, this is to ensure that the findings of the investigation on the marine casualty are availed to the public.
Okay, honor members, put the question. Clause 154 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 154 as amended.
Put the question that clause 154 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 155.
Put the question that clause 155 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 156.
Put the question that clause 156 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 157.
Honorable Chair, 157.
157, Madam Chair, we substitute for the words 8 currency points and 4 months, the words 200 currency points and 5 years respectively. This is to increase the penalty to make it commensurate to the offenses.
Members have put the question that clause 157 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 158.
Put the question that clause 158 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 159.
Put the question that clause 159 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 160.
Put the question that clause 160
160
do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
The schedule 1.
Put the question that schedule 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Schedule 2.
Put the question that schedule 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Put the question that
Clause 5, Madam
Honorable
Chair.
Chair, clause 5.
Madam Chair, before I even begin on the amendments in the report, there's one which I don't want to forget. I can begin with that. The definition of small vessel on page 11 of, on page 14 of the bill. Small vessel means a vessel less than 25 gross tons and more than 3 meters in length. Madam Chair, we propose to insert the word not immediately before the word more, appearing in line 2. Justification is for clarity, because a small vessel, Madam Chair, is not more than 3 meters. In the bill, they are saying more than 3 meters. If we insert the word more, not, it will be not more than 3 meters.
Members have put the question.
I could read all of them.
Okay, now we can read all of them.
Okay.
We have noted the additional one.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Certificate of competence. Insert words or a certificate or a competent authority of foreign state immediately after the words marine administration. The justification is to cater for situations where a certificate of competence proposed or possessed by a member of the crew is issued by a competent authority responsible for maritime administration of another state. Under currency point, we substitute for the words the schedule, the words schedule 1. Justification is to correct the cross-referencing. Madam Chair, under distressed member of the crew, we substitute for the definition of distressed member of the crew the following. Distressed member of the crew means a member of the crew or an apprentice found in distress by reason of having been shipwrecked, discharged, or left at the port or place other than the port of engagement. Justification is to clarify and issue the reference, to clarify that the reference is made to a port of engagement, which is applicable to a member of the crew instead of reference to a home, which applies to vessels. And a member of the crew, we substitute for the definition of member of the crew the following. Member of the crew means a person employed in any capacity on board the vessel. That is for clarity. Under Port Authority, Madam Chair, we substitute for the definition of Port Authority the following. Port Administrator means a person responsible for managing and maintaining a port. Justification, it is a consequential amendment arising from substitution of Port Authority with Port Administrator under Part 11 of the bill. Madam Speaker, the definition of rating, we want to delete the definition. Justification, this is following a proposal to amend the definition of member of the crew by deleting the word rating and the deletion of paragraph A of clause 91(2), the words become redundant. Madam Speaker, we insert the following new definitions in their respective alphabetical order. Life-saving appliances includes lifeboats, lifebuoys, life jackets, life rafts used to protect human life at sea. Logbook includes official logbook, deck logbook, or engine room logbook. Maritime, this means the transportation of goods and passengers on waterways. Mate, mate means a person second in command to a person in charge of a vehicle. Then official logbook means the logbook required to be kept under section 71. Port of engagement means a port at which a member of the crew is employed by an owner or master of a vessel to work on board of the vessel. Private port means an inland port owned and operated by a private person. Seafarer means a person who fulfills the condition to be employed or engaged in any capacity on board a vessel. And this is, Madam Chair, for clarity. I beg to move.
Members, I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
Questions that clause 5 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
The title.
Put the question that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Members, I put the question that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House report thereto. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
From the committee of the whole House.
The Minister, motion for adoption. Motion to report.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Inland Water Transport Bill 2020 and
Passed it with several amendments.
passed it with several amendments.
Okay, motion for adoption.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
No members have put the question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
No, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Inland Water Transport Bill 2020 be read for the third time and do pass.
No members have put the question that the Inland Water Transport Bill 2020 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled Inland Water Transport Bill 2020.
Title settled and bill passes.
Right Honorable Speaker, during my stay at Parliament, the last 10 years, but specifically the last 3 years when I became the chairperson of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure. With the committee, I have processed, I will say 6+1 bills. While Chair of Physical Infrastructure, we processed the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2017, the Physical Planning Amendment Bill 2018, the Roads Bill 2018, the Traffic and Road Safety Amendment Bill 2019, the Landlord and Tenants Bill 2018, now the Inland and Water Transport Bill 2020. The reason I said 6+1 is because I also processed by then the Biotechnology and Biosafety Bill, which later on turned into the Genetic Engineering Regulatory Bill when I was still chairing the Committee on Science and Technology. Madam Speaker, I have made an indelible contribution to my motherland, my country, Uganda. I therefore would like to thank members of my committee. You have been a wonderful team. I would like to salute all my honorable colleagues, members of the 10th Parliament. It was very nice working with you. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, I would like to salute you, my right honorable Speaker. You have been a wonderful leader. I have learned a lot from you, and I will continue using that experience to serve my country. How I wish the 11th Parliament would give you the mandate to steer this House once again. Madam Speaker, I will not be part of the 11th Parliament, but God willing, I will be back. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Does the minister wish to say something? Minister of Works?
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the whole House, but specifically the committee I've never seen such a tough committee. The Committee on Infrastructure was so tough. And I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us a chance to go on retreat, because we would not have managed if we hadn't got that week to go on retreat to look at this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us a chance to pass this very important bill. We have an estimated number of 5,000 people who die on our waters. And we are hoping with this bill and regulation that will follow it, we'll be able to assist people not to die. We are having about 9 centers of rescue. I think we call it rescue and something. We run 9 boats with one which is fully equipped with medical equipment. And these centers are everywhere on the waters, on Lake Albert, on Lake Choga, all the waters in Uganda. And then we have a call center where they will be able to call immediately there is a problem. And then with these rescue boats, we run and save our people. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for pushing and allowing finally for this bill to be passed. Thank you very much. Thank you, the House, and thank you so much, the Committee on Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister and the Chair, for this great work. The area of inland water transport has for a long time been more or less forgotten. So it's really very energizing that this law has now come. It's always painful to hear about boats capsizing and this happening on the water and all course, but let's work together to support the people of Uganda. So our honour members would want to suspend the House for about an hour so that we can come back and complete other business. Our members' House is suspended until 4:30 p.m. And thank you very much, other members. Despite the rain and the cold and the wet, you're all here. Thank you.
Chief.
Item 4 on the order paper. Motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to US$ 166 million and euros 200 million from the African Export-Import Bank, AFREXIM, and euros 200 million from Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget for the financial year 2020-2021.
Where's the Minister of Finance? It's on the way. Okay. No, you have to wait for the minister to move the motion.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Senior.
Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm here to raise is concerning a supplementary that we passed to work on Kampala roads. Right Honorable Speaker, is it procedure right, since you are waiting for the Minister of Finance to let us know whether that money was sent? Because right now, as it rained today, the whole of Kampala is impassable. We don't want to carry blame to KCCA when we are not very sure whether they received the money. But we passed here supplementary to support KCCA roads. But as we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, it is a terrible jam. Everywhere, all roads are flooding. And I thought the Honorable Minister for Finance can be in position also to let us know. I thank you.
No, they're full ones. I think the minister has heard. The members are asking what happened to the loan we passed for KCCA infrastructure development. Now that the roads are flooded, they want to know what is happening. I don't know if they are ready, you give us an answer.
Madam Speaker, I need to cross-check whether the disbursements are going on and then inform the House in a few minutes from now.
Okay, let's go to item 4.
Item 4 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to US$ 166 million and euros 200 million from the African Export-Import Bank, AFREXIM, and euro 200 million from Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget for financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable Minister, motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament, authorize government, borrow up to 166 million US dollars and 200 million euros from the African Import Bank, Afrexim, and 200 million euros from the Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget for the financial year 2020-2021.
Is the motion supported? Supported? Justification?
Madam Speaker, after the approval of the budget for this financial year 2020-2021, we started the implementation, and during the implementation, we have faced with the challenge of COVID, which brought in a slowdown in the business community, and that necessitated us to beef up the resources because we are anticipating the shortfall of revenue to a tune of 3 trillion out of the estimates that the Parliament approved. And in order to bridge that gap, we have to go and borrow so that we support the current budget. And also this is coupled with the other requirements. One, finance the COVID operations. Secondly, also to finance some of the pressures that came from other sectors. So, Madam Speaker, because of the shortage in revenue, because of the need to fund the funding for COVID operations, we have had to go and seek for support for this facility to make sure that we finalize the funding for this budget. So that's a major reason why we're here, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I believe our committee has had time to study the proposal. Can we have a report?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present a report of the Committee on National Economy on the government proposal to borrow up to US dollar 166 million and euro 200 million from the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim, and euro 200 million from Trade and Development Bank, finance the budget for financial year 2020-2021. Before presenting the report, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay the following documents on table that the committee considered in the process of assessing this loan request. One, the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to US dollar 166 million and the 200 million from Afrexim Bank and euro 200 million from the Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget for financial year 2020-2021. Minutes of meetings held to consider the proposal by government to borrow up to US dollar 166 million and euro 200 million from the African from the Afrexim Bank and euro 200 million from Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget for financial year 2020-2021. Brief to Parliament on the proposal by government to borrow on budget performance and quarter 4 expenditure for financial year 2020-2021. Letter of His Excellency the President to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the fiscal management and additional financing for financial year 2020-2021 budget. Term sheet summarizing the indicative principal terms and the conditions of the euro 200 million syndicated loan facility. Letter from the AFRIXIM to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on procurement of the legal counsels on the proposed $166 million and euro 200 million to finance the government of Uganda development and infrastructure budget for financial year 2020-2021. The letter is dated 12th April 2021. Indicative term sheet, AFRIXIM and the Minister of Finance for the proposed structuring and arranging of a dual tranche, dual currency and long-term finance for up to $166 million and euro 200 million dated 17th February 2021. Request for the proposal for the structuring and arranging of a dual tranche, dual currency long-term finance for up to $166 million and euro 200 million dated 17 November 2020. Contract agreement between Ministry of Works, Transport and Ms. Morgan Enterprises Limited for the procurement of low-cost ceiling of selected district roads, Lot 3. Contract agreement between Ministry of Works and Transport and Ms. Rune Engineering Company Limited for low-cost ceiling of selected district roads, Lot 5. Letter from the Ministry of Works and Transport to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the cash flow projections for non-wage, recurrent and domestic development expenditures in the fourth quarter. Rural Electrification Agency implementation agreement in relation to the disbursement of connection subsidies under the electricity connections policy. Approved development budget for financial year 2020-2021. UNRWA and outstanding interim payment certificates and invoices under development budget as at 31st March 2021. Interim payment certificates in respect of loan for works. Interim payment certificates in respect of implementation of rural electrification schemes in eastern and northwestern Uganda. Completion payment certificates for low-cost ceiling of selected district roads, Lot 12. Completion certificates for low-cost ceiling of selected district roads. Payment certificates for package 1. Interim payment certificates for engineering works, medium voltage and network for Mubende, Mitiana, Kabarole and Kegegwa districts. Interim payment certificates in respect of cross-border project works. Ministry of Works and Environment and Natural Water and Sewage Corporation interim payment certificates and invoices. I beg to lay Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on National Economy considered the request by government to borrow up to $166 million and euro 200 million from AFRIXIM Bank and euro 200 million from Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget for financial year 2020-2021 in accordance with the Rule 175 2B of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure. The request was presented to the House by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the 11th day of February 2021 and accordingly referred to the Committee of National Economy in consideration. The committee considered and scrutinized the request and now reports. Methodology: the committee held meetings with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the Bank of Uganda, and they reviewed several documents which I've already read out and outlined. And by way of background, Right Honorable Speaker, the approved budget for financial year 2021 amounted to US dollar 45,491.7 billion. And this included budget support loans amounting to 2,793.1 billion. I repeat, budget support loans amounting to 773.1 billion, and the loan being requested is part of these budget loans which the House approved. Continuing, by the end of the first half of financial year 2020-2021, domestic revenue had performed at 50.4% of the approved budget, and the deficit financing for financial year 2020-2021 is estimated at UGX 16,076.6 billion. And now turning to the objectives of the borrowing directly, Right Honorable Speaker, the objective of borrowing of US dollar 650 million, equivalent to 2,405 billion, is to partly finance the proposed budget supposed support amount of UGX 2,773.1 billion in the approved financial year 2020-2021 budget. It is just to 650 million is comprised of the 116 loan from Africism, 244 US dollars. This, and I'm talking about US dollars from Africism, and 242 from the Trade Development Bank. I've read in dollars. In euros, it is 200 million euros. I read from Africism, and $200 million from Trade and Development Bank. The 166 million was already in US dollars. So the 400 euros added to the added to the 166 million US dollars gives us the 650 million US dollars. And that's the objective. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance has proposed borrowing the 650 million from African Export-Import Bank and the Trade and Development Bank. The African Bank financing is expected to amount to US dollar 408 million, which would be provided in 2 tranches. In addition, Trade Development Bank is expected to provide euros 242 million, no, US dollar 242 million towards the total financing request. This would leave out a balance of 368.1 billion as loans for supporting the budget. The 342 request was also made on the floor of Parliament recently. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to, I hope that having outlined the nature of the loan, allow me to comment on a few things before I go to the committee observations and recommendations. Loan conditions, loan terms and conditions. There are 3 loans. The African financing tranche 1 amounting to 200 million. The maturity period is 10 years. The grace period is 3 years. The repayment period is 7 years. And the loan tranche 2, again from Africa's Exim Bank, the loan amount is 166 million. Maturity period is 10 years. Grace period 3 years. Repayment period 7 years. The third one, the one from Trade Development Bank, the loan amount is 200 million. Maturity period 7 years. Grace period 2 years. Repayment period 5 years. The rest, colleagues, you can read from the uploaded report. The above two creditors, African and Trade Development Bank, provide the best terms compared to the other 6 creditors who expressed interest. They have a lower interest rate and longer grace period and maturity period compared to the rest in Annex 1 attached. Otherwise, the loans have the following other conditions: approval by Parliament, legal opinion of the Attorney General on the loan documentation, and submission to the lenders of the list of the projects to be funded from the loans. Implementation. Once approved, the loan will be disbursed to the consolidated fund. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development will be responsible for ensuring that funds are properly utilized financial year 2020-2021 budget as approved by Parliament. It is actually to settle certificates which are attached to the report. So the money, once approved, it will be spent immediately. Budget implications. When approved, this borrowing shall form part of the government proposed resource envelope for financial year 2021. The disbursement of these loans will enable budget support loans to perform within the earlier programmed approved level and consequently financing the expenditures for financial year 2020-2021. Specifically, the Honorable Minister indicates that these funds will be used to finance part of the budget for financial year 2020-2021, as well as clearing outstanding infrastructure certificates, among others, to avoid accumulation of arrears during the financial year. The rest we can read about the loan and current debt situation on debt sustainability. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee finds that basically the debt situation of the country is still sustainable or manageable. It was even today's monitor quoting the IMF. Observations and recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that the borrowing is to provide budget support to be used partially to cater for the unreleased government of Uganda development budget, to continue with the government's investment programs for financial year 2020-2021. A number of projects implemented under the government of Uganda development component do not have feasibility studies that indicate the economic rate of return from these investments. However, the Public Debt Management Framework 2018 necessitates, among others, that issuance of highly non-concessional and commercial borrowing, such as Eurobond, will only be to finance projects that not only provide high economic return than the interest on the loan, on the credit, but also enable government of Uganda to generate sufficient fiscal return from the project fiscal return, the project being financed and should start generating revenue for government within a period of not more than 5 years to meet the cost of the loan and foreign currency to service the debt. The committee recommends that in future government should limit highly non-concessional loans, and commercial borrowing should be restricted to financing specific projects whose economic returns can be measured, and budget support borrowing be limited to concessional or non-concessional borrowing with a grant element of 25%. Sound fiscal management to ensure fiscal sustainability. The committee observed that Uganda's public debt position is sustainable in the medium and long term. Despite the increase in sovereign debt, it is still sustainable, and although vulnerabilities exist, standardized stress tests find Uganda's debt to be vulnerable to a depreciation of the shilling, which could have implications for the country's ability to meet its debt service obligations. Debt service is affected by the slow growth of exports. The stagnation in the growth of exports has posed a huge challenge for external debt sustainability. In addition, the committee observed that a number of projects funded through borrowing are executed with lags in the project implementation schedules. The lags are attributed to a number of reasons, not limited to absence of counterpart funding and inadequate project preparation before implementation. The committee therefore recommends that Uganda Revenue Authority, together with Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should explore new ways of enhancing domestic revenue collections, in addition to implementing the domestic revenue mobilization strategy so as to slow down the growth in debt arising from the need to borrow for budget support. Government should strengthen public investment management to bring the fixed fiscal deficit and public debt to a downward trajectory once the crisis abates, and also revert to plans of strengthening the budgetary process. Government should opt for sustainable options for increasing foreign inflows through aggressive export promotion and import substitution strategies, as well as provide a conducive environment for foreign direct investment in the country. Expenditure contracts in foreign currency. The committee observed that the national budget is approved in Uganda shillings, yet some spending agencies contract services in foreign currency, exposing them to exchange rate risk. The committee recommends that government should contract services providers in the currency approved in the national budget, irrespective of the level of imports that will be undertaken to help against exchange rate risks. Engagement of creditors on loan terms. The committee observed that although the available terms of the Afrexim and Trade Development Bank were better than those for other 6 creditors who expressed interest, government, the Ministry of Finance should consider to renegotiate for better terms if possible. For example, underpricing the reference rate of the euro-denominated loans is the Euribor, and that the US dollar loans is the LIBOR, which in the draft agreement have provisions that states that if the rates Euribor and the LIBOR is negative, it shall be deemed to be 0%, This implies that the savings that would have been accrued to government from the reduced interest rate due to negative reference rate will be foregone as the rate is considered to be zero. The committee therefore recommends that government, through the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, negotiates with the creditors to allow for the reference rates to freely fluctuate as market forces determine, to enable government to benefit from the lower interest payments whenever the rates are negative. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, subject to the recommendation herein, the committee recommends approval of the proposed government to borrow $106 million and euro 200 million from the African Export-Import Bank, Afrixim, and euro 200 million from the Trade and Development Bank to finance the budget deficit for the financial year 2020-2021. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the Committee of National Economy, for your hard work and supporting the Parliament. The members, the report has been signed by the necessary minimum number of members. Do we have any comments? No, Gon? Gon Oshave?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to believe that the committee spent a lot of energy on preparing this report. Therefore, I would love to salute the committee and the chair. I know the chair for being highly knowledgeable on matters of economy, and I believe we will not let us down always. But Madam Chair, I don't know whenever our Committee on National Economy will come and give a report and say that we rejected a request for loan for the first time. It will be a big thing for this house if it ever happened. Whoever bewitched us, I don't know. Right, Honorable Speaker. If we're borrowing money, that will help us to resuscitate the economy. For instance, the businesses that have failed to take off because of coronavirus after the lockdown, I would be happy. There seems not to be any direct linkage between the money borrowed and productivity. And to make it worse, it's like in this parliament, whenever it rains in the afternoon, there has to be a loan brought here. And it passes. However much you talk sense, the sense never becomes a sense. And the loans just pass here and go. I don't know what to do. Madam Speaker, I stand here to record my voice, so that in history it is known that for me I objected to this. One time, these executors, I don't know how they call them, these people who run for people's properties because of loans, I don't know how they call them. The bailiffs, court bailiffs, from internationals, multinationals, might come even and sell this building called the parliament because of loans.
No.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm scared. I don't know what we are going to do. First of all, the Committee on National Economy, in my opinion, should be working on identifying wasteful expenditure so that we support this country to recover. But instead, the committee has accepted to move with whoever comes with a request for a loan. What do we do? Where do we go? Madam Speaker, our minority voices are now so minority. We speak for the sake of speaking so that people can know at least there was a voice. But however much and however loud we try to speak, there seems to be a wide and a big deaf ear to our calls. We are so discouraged. Madam Speaker, if we are talking about value addition, this would be a good thing. Kenya rejects our maize because of so-called aflatoxins You are not talking about helping the farmers to add value so that we can market. But we are bringing a loan which is covered in a broader blanket. I don't know what we are going to do, Madam Speaker. How I wish we all moved in one spirit and we understood where we are going to. Even at this time when we have hit the bar, you are still saying that our debt levels are sustainable. And the committee also accepts to toe that line instead of speaking the truth when we are just near Sunday. Sunday was just yesterday. Oh my God. Madam Speaker, it is so disturbing. I don't know what we can do, but it would be the right time for me to think that we need to pause this issue of loans all the time. This is the time for us to say, no, let's first wait. Let's prepare our house. Let's audit the loans that we have picked. What have the loans done? Can we measure the outputs, the outcomes, the impact before we rush to get more loans? We hardly take 2 days here without passing a new loan. So is it a norm? Is it a culture? Is it a blessing? Or somebody bewitched the whole of Parliament? I don't know. But Madam Speaker, we have a problem. Probably when you add your voice to ours, there will be some reasoning together. Otherwise, we are nearly defeated. I say that because, Madam Speaker, you watch, even this afternoon, this loan is going to be passed. I have spoken, but I know it will. They are going to pass it. I'm predicting, I think it's the Holy Spirit telling me, they are going to pass this one also. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, for me, my issue was to record my voice here. The answer should catch it clearly. I do not support this loan. It should be stopped with immediate effect. And then we go back and rethink what we should do as a house. Thank you. I didn't want to take information because I'm already well informed on this matter. These loans have disturbed us. We never sleep.
No, take information, please.
Madam Speaker,
Please take information. This is from the committee. Maybe information.
Madam Speaker, our rules allow a member to either take or reject information. I rejected the information.
Now, maybe you respond after the debate. Respond after the debate. Honorable Shave.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment about this loan. One, Right Honorable Speaker, I think our Committee on National Economy needs to be visited by the Auditor General, because they've chosen to be whatever garbage in, garbage out. They are like a horror. Every time anything that comes must pass through. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
On the point of order. Honorable Saida Bumba.
Right Honorable Speaker, under Article 159(2, the Committee of National Economy have been delegated powers by this House to scrutinize loans before they are approved, before government goes for the borrowing. Right Honorable Speaker, when you refer this loan request to us, to the committee, we don't just sit down and write reports. We put in a lot of energy. We do a lot of research. We do field visits. We interview people. We interrogate them. Is the right honorable Tushabe, my son, in order to say that government brings in garbage and will produce garbage out? Is he in order, Right Honorable Speaker, to despise our effort?
Honourable members, you know, before the 1995 Constitution, there was no requirement to come to Parliament, and the government was working on loans by themselves. But the 1995 Constitution said they must come be done with the approval of this House. So what the committee is doing is really work on behalf of the House under the Constitution. So I think you're out of order to say they bring garbage and take out garbage. Please withdraw it.
Speaker, most obliged. I withdraw that statement. But what I meant, Right Honorable Speaker, this was a year to test that committee. We had COVID, Right Honorable Speaker, and the budget we passed had so many budget lines that we expected that could have been suppressed. Budget lines on travel abroad across all ministries must have been suppressed. Workshops and other related conferences, we expected probably they were suppressed. Travel inland and so many other budget lines, we expected that probably they were suppressed. Right Honorable Speaker, we are left with just a month to the end of the financial year. And with just a month left to the end of the financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, here we are, we've just passed a national budget, where we indicated that we are going to finance the budget. Now, after passing the budget, we are here borrowing for the year we are closing. Right Honorable Speaker, whatever we are borrowing for, I expected this committee to come up and say, you came here for 650, but because of the remaining, kindly borrow less. Because the year is ending. Right Honorable Speaker, this puts us in a situation like whatever amount that comes, that is available for borrowing, is what we are supposed to borrow. Right Honorable Speaker, this very committee has indicated on page 12 that over the past 1 year, our borrowing has increased by 35%. And they are here. But Right Honorable Speaker said we take information.
Madam Speaker, the information I want to give my colleague is that recently, the Minister for Finance was quoted for having said they are trying to connect talks with our lenders internationally so that we look for restructuring of our debt. So if there was no problem, why are we rushing to restructure the structure of the debt? That's the information.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member for the information provided. Right Honorable Speaker, if the committee is able to give us information that over the last 1 year, our loan appetite for loans has increased, public debt has increased by 35%. Right Honorable Speaker, it is high time we think about what we are borrowing and for which reasons we are borrowing. They should really have come up with a recommendation, having provided us such good information on page 12. They then end up and say, please borrow. Right Honorable Speaker, we are crying for this country, and I'm saying this committee has a habit of keeping on saying it is 49.9%. Every time they come here, our debt to GDP ratio, we have recently, even when we were passing the other day, the loan for Ministry of Water, Right Honorable Speaker, they quoted 49.9% as our public debt to GDP ratio. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a debt we are going to take on, but we expected this committee to have aided the minister to say now, given that you had the opportunity to suppress on some of the items on the budget, given that we are concluding a financial year, let us borrow less. Right, Honorable Speaker, 2.4 trillion, 2.4 trillion to be borrowed at such a time, right, Honorable Speaker, when we have a financial year coming tomorrow, when the same minister on day 1st July, is going to come here and say, I want to borrow for budget support. I'll take the information.
Honorable Bahati.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, my colleague, for yielding that I can give you this information. As the chair said, this particular budget support loan was passed by this House in May last year. You gave us permission to say that we are giving you this budget of 45 trillion, go out and correct 21 trillion, and the balance, get it from loans. And we have been mobilizing these resources. In the middle of the year, when COVID came in, we sat down. You recall, you said we should sit down and restructure the budget. Indeed, we did. And we saved 900 billion. So the money that we are borrowing today is part of the money that you approved and said, go ahead and mobilize these resources to implement the budget. Now, at this time, we have been implementing some contracts as the chair. If you look at the schedule of the chair, he has given you what this money is actually going to pay directly, because we started working on the basis that Parliament gave us permission to borrow to implement the budget. So this is part of the budget support we are talking about. This budget part of the budget support we are talking about.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the information. But I want to remind you that recently you were here explaining loan absorption in many of these agencies. And now we are left with just a month. You'll be sure there will be no loan absorption. The absorption will not be for this financial year. I thought they were standing up here to say, we will be able to use this money more effectively. We will be able to absorb this money. But whenever you increase your appetite at the end of financial year, we tend to think you're preparing this money for people to eat. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Tumzigu Senyonga, then the Minister responds.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, allow me, call upon the House to contend that government business is like any other business. And when you overborrow, that means you suffer financial distress. It is a must. But sometimes we don't agree as a country that we are suffering financial distress. It is very important as leaders to tell our people that the money we have is not enough, but even show it as we spend, such that they don't look at us as people who are taking a lot and leaving them with so little. So in this case, as Parliament, we have to stand and save the nation as far as finances are concerned. The Honorable Minister for Finance is really telling us the truth, and the chairperson, that they have areas they have to pay. The projects are going on. That is true. But as Parliament, we know that the situation we are running into, the country so soon will be in so many difficulties concerning finance. And when government comes in asking for money to pay the people who worked last year, the people who worked 2 years ago who have not been paid, we know there are some projects which have stalled. We will look as if we are mean, not giving them the money. But secondly, will that money be paid to the people who have been working on those projects? That's where the problem is, Madam Speaker. We shall give them a chance to borrow, but next year you will find that the same people who are supposed to be paid are not paid. That's what is happening in this country. That's why we say when the money goes out, we don't know whose hands it falls into. That's the problem in this country. And when you talk about the money, where is it going? And when you say we are not going to give them a chance to borrow, they say Parliament is sabotaging the business of the government. We are not sabotaging. Honorable Minister, you have to represent us very well in the cabinet. Actually, we have ministers here, a number of them. You have to represent us very well in the cabinet because what we understand, you have constituencies, you represent people. And in future, we shall have a lot of problems. When you were there representing us in the cabinet, you bring a request for loans, we just accept, and our people are going to suffer. Madam Speaker, we are not supporting this loan because this loan is very dangerous, even at the end of the financial year, when we know that we are not likely to absorb. Lastly, the districts are struggling. Like my district in Tungam, the money for roads is there and we don't have enough graders. Our district is big. We are borrowing now from UNRA. I'm trying to look for a way to borrow from UNRA on behalf of my district, such that we can absorb the money. Because we have no time. Where are they going to get the time to absorb this money, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. Ona Senyonga, and then I'll come to Ona Bunkoto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the work of the Committee of National Economy. Right Honorable Speaker, if many of my colleagues had an opportunity on Saturday to watch NBS, as they were trying to analyze the performance of the 10th Parliament, much of the blame was that we have passed many loans that are going to put this country into trouble. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not a loan that is going to support the budget of 2021-2022. But this is the budget that is claiming to clear domestic areas. Right Honorable Speaker, I was here last week when I demanded the Committee of Budget to give us a full, clear picture of what are the domestic areas. Because if we pass money in a blanket form of domestic areas, you find that even the local suppliers, they may say they're included, but when they are not included, you may come up to find out that maybe Sunday so is to be paid when he or that company is not there. Okay, granted.
Commissioner Oshabe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Muyanja Senyonga, the information I wanted to give you is one, the domestic areas we are able to provide for in the budget we passed. And the minister has not indicated anywhere that this money is going to go for domestic areas, unless you have other information relating to whether it is going to be used for domestic areas. The information I want to give you is they're talking about other key things, but domestic areas were provided for in the budget we've just passed. So the information I want to give you is that we can still wait, even if they were there, we cater for in the next financial year.
Thank you, Honorable Samba. Exactly. That's what I was driving at. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, one of the people who called on the TV was saying, is these honorable members really considerate? Are they really feeling Ugandans? Or because we carry the whole blame. As we speak today, according to the order paper, we have almost 4 loans to pass. Today, before closing. So we are not objecting to loans, but that's why, Right Honorable Speaker, on the earlier days, we requested for the Minister of Finance to come out with all loans we have got since our term. Right Honorable Speaker, I was on this floor when I talked about the loan of Mitiana Busega Road up to Mpigi. When we obtained that loan in 2017, when I was still a member of the National Economic Committee. But since 2017 to date, there's no progress. Right, Honorable Speaker, those of you who normally go along Masaka Road, you see nothing. There's no total development. But the loan is generating profit. Our demand, can the minister request all ministries for all the loans, and we look at the performance so that as we conclude our term, we can also defend ourselves. But now you can't defend, you don't know what is happening, and you cannot be here and reject the loan because you will look as if you are against the government. But whereas our intention is to make sure that we safeguard this country. As earlier, my friend said, we got COVID in 2019 March. From 2019 March, Right Honorable Speaker, a lot of savings would have been done on our 220. Yes, 220, sorry. A lot of savings must have been done in different ministries and departments. And this reminds me one day when we were in Entebbe meeting His Excellency the President. He told us that all those mushrooming buildings in Kampala is government stolen what? Money. Because there is lack of seriousness to trace all the money. What happened to the savings from all the ministries since COVID came? And we had passed a good, very good budget with the same billions. And now we are coming up to say we need another support. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we still demand that all the loans be brought to Honorable Speaker and look at the performance. Otherwise, we are going to carry the blame.
Information from the minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Madam Speaker, every quarter we present here loans and grants report to this House. And it shows how much we have borrowed, the performance and the absorption capacity of every loan. Yesterday, I think it was on Friday, we presented a statement on the status of our indebtedness on Friday, just a few days from now. But this particular loan, friends, I want to, honorable colleagues, is to finance the budget which we approved ourselves, is to finance the money that we gave us authority to go and borrow and finance this budget. But because of the law that we have, for example, in Kenya, Parliament gives a ceiling to the executive, go and borrow 6 trillion. Where they get it from, the source and the project they finance is just the executive to determine. But because of the law here, every shilling that you borrow, even when Parliament has said go and borrow 2.2 trillion, this financial to finance the budget. But everywhere we go to borrow this money, we must come back to the House and report. It appears as if we are coming so many times, but we have got to come because we are accountable to Parliament. So this is part of the money to finance the remaining quarter that we have. All activities of the quarter are depending on this money because you told us and gave us permission
to borrow 2.2 trillion at the beginning of the financial year.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the information. I agree because I'm over here. You presented our indebtedness level, but not performance of loans. That this particular loan, according to ABCD, they have performed up to 20%. The two are different, Right Honorable Speaker. We are demanding that let particular loans be brought to Parliament and they will look at where is the problem for this loan, why are they low absorption, and why is it like that? Because when you tell us that our level of indebtedness is this much, that one we can agree. But particular loans, Right Honorable Minister, that's what we are after, so that the House can know why this loan is not. Look at the loan for Nakaseke. We were there. I don't know now the performance of the Nakaseke loan. We don't know the performance of Busega loan. We don't know now the performance of the loan for Northern Uganda, Power Gen, whatever. So members should know so that when we are supporting you, Honorable Minister for Finance here, we have a clear picture for the good of this country. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, but Attorney General, then Honorable Koto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I listened carefully when the chair of the committee was reading. And one of the purposes of this loan is to work on roads from Mitiana, Muvende, Chegegwa. That is on record. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that road is damaged completely. A journey that used to take a journey.
Honourable Member, why don't you allow colleagues to speak, please? Honourable Member, please allow him to speak, then you have your turn.
A journey that used to take 2 hours from Kampala to Chegegwa is exactly 185 kilometers. Now it takes us 4 hours. I've spoken to the Minister of Works. He says they have signed a contract with a company called Enago to work on that road. And the company is right now setting up headquarters in a place called Chiganda. And I believe it is one of the reasons we require this loan to finance that project. So I stand here, I support that loan because we need that road worked upon.
Honorable Oshave, then Honorable Ogan.
Right Honorable Speaker. The Attorney General is speaking from a different report. I wish he reads this report that we are discussing. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 13, the purpose of borrowing this loan is stated. And the road on Mitiana is talking about is not stated here. The Chegegwa road is not stated here. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the clarification I want from the Attorney General. Which report is he reading from? Is it the report that have been presented here or something else? And lastly, on my clarification, Right Honorable Speaker, I am from Mitiana, and that is the road that I use. I want him to clarify whether that is going to be worked on between now and the end of the financial year.
Honorable,
you'll answer to go. Honorable Speaker, the Land Attorney General is my very good friend, and I'm at the pain even trying to get some clarification from him. Madam Speaker, let the Attorney General tell us whether it is now a new norm and way of work for government to sign a contract with a company before sourcing for a loan or before getting money for paying that contractor. Is that the new way of work now? Please confirm.
Honorable Nkoto. Oh, Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, when I started talking, I said I listened carefully and heard what the chair of the committee presented. Among others, he talked of a road, Mitiana, Mubende, Chegegwa, Fort Portal. And the chair of the committee is here. I seek that you allow him to clarify. If I'm wrong, I will withdraw it. I'm sure it is already on record right from the chair of the committee. Chair.
Honorable Nkoto.
Right Honorable Speaker, the report I presented has annexes. Annex 1 and Annex 2. And if read, I think some of these questions will not be, some may remain valid, but some of them would have been answered. Basically, the money being borrowed is going to National Roads Authority, many projects being undertaken, many. Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Works. I can just sample a few and read them, Right Honorable Speaker, so that colleagues get a feel of what this loan is going to finance. I will just read a few from for UNRA, Kienjojo Fort Portal Road, Masaka Bukakata Road, Masindi Biso Kavali Kiziramfumbi Road, Kapchorwa Swam Road, just a few, because the list is a long one, and all these are certificates. And remember, as I explained at the beginning, about 2,773.1, I think, billions was a way of financing in the approved budget, the budget which this House approved for 2020-2021, and the government was to go and source for sources of funds. And I said government found Afrexim Bank, Trade Development Bank, and World Bank. So is it World Bank? If I've mistaken, sorry. But the point I'm making, this House already approved the request by government to go and borrow to the tune of 2,000. Let me read it again. This was the table is on page 3, 2,773.1 billion, and these works started. Now they have been issued with the completion of certificates of completion of works in the Ministry of Works,
Honourable members,
and Ministry of Water and Environment, and the annex is attached. The annexes are attached for those who want to look at the details, which roads, which companies are to be paid, and these works have been executed during this financial year. Right Honourable, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, there is a long list of annexures without signing certificates. Ministry of Water, Ministry of Works, Uganda National Roads Authority, on some bridges. It's here, Annex 2. It's a very long list of annexures. Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would also like to thank the Minister and the committee for the work done. But I want to ask that much as is necessary to borrow loan to top up our own resources, that is external funding. Must we go in for non-concessional loans? If we go for non-concessional loans for the roads, are we not going to overwhelm the country with these loans? Now you're borrowing for roads, and roads cannot give return as quickly as possible as 5 years. Is there some conditions which stop Uganda from sourcing from concessional loans? We are members of parliament right now here. As members of parliament, there are already very many banks looking around for us to borrow loans from them. And then you try to see which one has low interest. And this one is a loan with high interest. We appreciate that it is necessary that we have external borrowing to top up our own funding. But must it be non-concessional? Explain to us, or we have already overwhelmed all other banks that they cannot allow us to go and borrow concessional loans to top up our own funding. We need this clarification. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In my own mind, I would think that for these non-concessional loans, we should borrow them for activities like small-scale industries, for things which will generate income very quickly, and we pay off because their interests are always big. Thank you.
Honourable members, I put the question, that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. And I put the question that this house to approve the government borrows the sum as requested. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it.
Item 5 on the order paper, motion for resolution of parliament to authorize government to borrow up to special drawing rights 9.2 million, equivalent to US dollars 12.5 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project, and additional financing of up to special drawing rights 10.7 million, equivalent to US dollars 15.0 million for Uganda Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health Services Improvement Project from the International Development Association IDA of the World Bank Group.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a resolution, a motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to special drawing rights of 9.2 million, equivalent to 12.5 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank to finance the COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project, and 2, additional financing of up to 15 million US dollars to finance Uganda Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health Services project from the International Development Association of the World Bank. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Is this seconded? Seconded? Justify.
Madam Speaker,
Uh, The loan has two components. The first component is to finance our COVID response for under the Ministry of Health to finance all the requirements needed for our COVID response. It is not as much as one would have loved, because we have got to continue sourcing resources as and when we confirm from the lenders. And this was a particular window under the World Bank. The second is the additional funding for a project that has been going regarding maternal and child health under the Ministry of Health. Support all our efforts towards fighting maternal mortality in the country and infant mortality. We think that these resources are needed to help us consolidate our efforts in the health sector to face the current pandemic of COVID, but also continue, on the other hand, funding the issues that we have been funding, like maternal health and child health. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Members, I believe the committee has had time to study this proposal. Can we receive a report?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to request my colleagues to support what I'm going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, before I proceed with the presentation, of course, I want to recognize the efforts which my colleagues are putting in analyzing these requests. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to lay on table a number of documents which I'm going to mention. The first one is a report of the committee on the proposal by government to borrow the said amount. And the next documents are the minutes of the meetings which we held. The third one is a brief to Parliament on the proposal. And there is a letter from the Minister of Finance to the Deputy Head of Public Service to Cabinet on the financial clearance of the proposed borrowing by government. And there is also a letter from His Excellency the President approving the loan. Right Honorable Speaker, there are other documents which include the following: the financing agreement between the Republic of Uganda and the IDA, and the Pandemic Emergency Financing Facility Grant Agreement between government and IDA of the World Bank. There is also the project appraisal documents on a proposal of the IDA to finance the project. There is a memorandum of understanding between the Minister of Health, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. And there is also another document on the budget, the COVID-19 budget and our accountability status by the Minister of Health. We also have the expenditure report on the COVID-19 response on the emergency preparedness project. We also have the status report for delivery of community masks to districts in Uganda. Madam Speaker, it's quite a long list of the documents we looked at, and they will have the status report on the masks, distribution list of ambulances, summary of COVID-19 procurements of protective gears, list of donated items, development support that has been delivered, and we have documents on Uganda reproductive and maternal child health services improvement. And these include the following: the financing agreement between government and the World Bank, the minutes of the meetings, the contingency emergency response component, a summary of Ebola implementation, a schedule of handover of the sites of maternity units to be constructed under under the Uganda Reproductive and Maternal Child Health Services Improvement Project. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll forward this to the table. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, the Committee on National Economy considered the proposal by government to borrow from the IDA. This is the high concessional window of the World Bank Group. Special drawing rights 9.2 million, which is equivalent to 12.5 million US dollars to finance the Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project. And additional financing of special drawing rights, 10.7 million, equivalent to 15 million US dollars to Uganda Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health Services Improvement Project. The proposal was presented to this House and was referred to the Committee of National Economy on the 18th of March this year under Rule 175, Sub-Rule 2B. Right Honorable Speaker, the methodology is standard. We looked at a number of documents, some of which I've laid on table. Right Honorable Speaker, we made field visits. We visited the Entebbe isolation facility, which is under construction, and also visited Mulago isolation facility, which is in final stages of construction. We are all familiar with the genesis of COVID-19. I don't have to labor on that. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are all familiar with the effects of the pandemic on the global trade. Right Honorable Speaker, the outbreak of COVID-19 prompted governments in sub-Saharan Africa to put in place their own containment measures, which we are all familiar with. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic and related response measures resulted in two significant public health and economic impact that caused disruptions in the essential health services, and all that the country had gained in the past decades stood to be lost if timely and necessary actions were not taken by government in time. Right Honorable Speaker, the Uganda Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health Improvement Project is an ongoing project which was initially expected to end by end of June this year. However, due to the restructuring of the project to address the COVID response measures, contingent measure response was added to the project, which allows funds to be redirected from other parts of either the World Bank finance projects to cover emergency responses. So the part of the money for maternal health was diverted to cover the emergency responses under COVID-19. Right Honorable Speaker, the project's linkage to country strategy. The projects are well anchored on the NDP3. And the Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project is therefore consistent with the development agenda at national and sectoral level. Right Honorable Speaker, the project is aligned with various planning frameworks, namely the Sustainable Development Goal 2030 framework, the second National Health Policy, the Health Sector Development Plan, and the National Action Plan for Health Security. Right Honorable Speaker, the performance of past loans in the health sector is given under Table 1. Right Honorable Speaker, healthcare systems are explicitly increasing their capacity of beds, supplies, and trained workers. Efforts are being undertaken to alleviate shortages of the much needed medical supplies in the health sector. The health sector in Uganda, upon registering its first case of COVID-19 in March 2020, significantly required more funding to address the pandemic, Right Honorable Speaker. And the Ministry of Health COVID-19 prepared response budget for the period March 2020 to September 2020 is given under Table 2. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 3 shows the funding to the health sector up to March this year. And during the current financial year and the previous of 2019-2020, Parliament authorized supplementary expenditure to address the emergency measures regarding the pandemic. Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of Health received 337.73 billion from government, and while several development partners provided on budget support and various projects of Uganda shillings 401.93 billion during the same period, and these are clearly indicated under Depot 3. The ministry also received cash donations worth 2,465 billion and $100,000, which were banked $100,000, and these have been earmarked for purchase of motor vehicles for districts as directed by the President. The ministry also received donations from corporate and private individuals comprising of medical items and non-medical items. And the accountability of this has been provided in the annexes, which are in the documents which have been presented. In addition, during the current year, Ministry of Health received a grant of $2.7 million for Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness. Right Honorable, all these funds were received and spent by March this year. And this is provided, the details of which are provided under Annex 2. I invite the colleagues to look at Annex 2. Despite the above interventions, more needs to be done to strengthen emergency preparedness for the country in response to COVID, and especially in view of the new strains coming up so that we are not caught unaware. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 4 and Annex 1 show the utilization of Government of Uganda funding for COVID-19 response in financial year 2019-2020 and financial year 2020-2021. Right Honorable Speaker, in Table 5 shows the health infrastructure interventions which have been made. They are detailed. I'll invite colleagues to look at them. Uganda Reproductive Maternal and Child Health Services Improvement Project. That project is an ongoing project which was initially supposed to close by end of June this year. However, this has been revised to 31st December 2022. The original project had 4 components. One is result-based financing for primary health care services. 2 was for health systems to deliver the services required. And 3 was to strengthen capacity to scale up delivery of birth and death registration services. And component 4 was to enhance institutional capacity to manage project-supported activities. And due to the restructuring of the project to address the emergency crisis of COVID-19, The contingency contingency emergency response component was added to the project consequently. Right Honorable Speaker, the details of this are provided in Annex 2.3 and Table 6. Right Honorable Speaker, I move to the observations. I start with COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the details are provided in Table 7. Table 7. Right Honorable Speaker, project beneficiaries, these are countrywide projects. They are not restricted to one part of the country. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the components of the projects, Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness projects has the following components, which are broken down under Table 8 in details. There is case detection, confirmation, contact tracing, recording, and reporting. And item 2 is strengthening case management and psychosocial support. And 3 is implementation, management, and monitoring and evaluation. All those are indicated under Table 8. On the Uganda reproductive and maternal and child health services improvement, the project will support the implementation of activities outlined under Table 8. Right Honorable Speaker, the cost and financing arrangements of the projects under the COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project, UCREP, the details are covered under Table 9. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda reproductive and maternal and child health services improvement project is covered under Table 10. Right Honorable Speaker, on the loan terms, economic and financial returns and budgetary implications. All these are detailed under Table 11. Right Honorable Speaker, the loans which we are requesting for approval of Parliament are highly concessional loans. They are from the World Bank IDA window, which is the most concessional of all borrowing. And on the loan conditions, Right Honorable Speaker, the legal opinion is required from the Minister of Justice and Internal Affairs, and they want specific, which are specific to the loans which we are requesting for, a memorandum of understanding has to be entered into between the Minister of Health and Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs to facilitate cooperation by the military with the recipients through the Minister of Health with respect to the beneficial military hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, I've already talked about the financial conditionalities. These are highly concessional loans. On budgetary implications, these loans are already covered under the current level of 49.9%. Right Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic could have on Uganda's economy, a very modest cost-benefit analysis shows that the project will be a good investment. It has assumed that the project will reduce the number of infections by 20% and that they will reduce the number of deaths by 20%. So that is a good investment due to those savings. On the economic benefits of Uganda reproductive, maternal, and health services improvement, I think they are also the same, saving mothers from maternal death and saving the newborns. They have got a high cost saving. The loans and current debt situation, I've already alluded to it. These are already in the current level of 49% of public debt to GDP. And according to the experts, they tell us that though we are at that level, the debt is still sustainable. Right Honorable Speaker, on compliance with parliamentary approvals guidelines, they got a score of 84%. I now move to the observations and recommendations. The first observation is on the procurement of essential medical consumables. The committee noted that the key fiduciary risk facing these projects is failed procurement due to lack of sufficient global supply. As we know that India, where we are expecting to get our vaccines, has got a terrible shortage, and this could apply to other parts of the world. And this is associated with increased risk of coastal overruns. Given the emergency situation, there is also a risk related to adequate equipment identification and a confirmation of quality and quantity. The committee therefore recommends that government leverages its collaboration with development partners in the health sector to facilitate the Ministry of Health to access available COVID-19 essential medical consumables and equipment supplies at competitive prices. We further recommend that the Ministry of Health ensures that the risks associated with confirming equipment quality and quantity are managed by maintaining due diligence on implementation and procurements. And the second observation is on the quality of completed structures. The committee noted that this project seeks to enhance the functionality of isolation and all intensive care health facilities of targeted hospitals by improving its infrastructure to the required basic minimum standards for delivery of quality health care services. The committee therefore recommends that Ministry of Health strengthens technical supervision of construction works that will be undertaken under the UCREP to ensure that good quality of work is achieved, to avoid cases of delayed completion of works, payments for unexecuted works, and paying for works that do not conform to the expected quality specifications. The third observation is on fulfillment of loan conditions. The committee noted that government have been slow in fulfilling loan effective conditions upon signing of loan agreements. The committee recommends that government ensures the speedy fulfillment of effective conditions of the financing agreements for these loans in order for the committed funds to be released by the IDA of the World Bank Group on time to guarantee the timely implementation of these projects to minimize on the commitment fees. The fourth recommendation is the dependence of the health sector on external funding. The committee noted that the health sector budget was heavily dependent on external financing, especially the development budget category, with 86% of the total development budget funded from external sources. The committee recommends that government follows up on its promise to prioritize the health sector, starting with this current year, with more investment in the health sector infrastructure development to avoid last-minute panic where external resources may not be forthcoming. The fifth one is the health sector institutional capacity for implementation and sustainability. The committee noted that noted the severity and unpredictability of the COVID-19 global pandemic, which poses potential high risk to Uganda, both in terms of its ability to respond swiftly to a rapid rise in the number of reported cases, as well as to sustain other critical health services. To that one, the committee recommends that government fast tracks the planned measures to recruit a surge of workforce to support the national response to COVID-19. This effort will be complemented by the CRIP through intensive capacity building for clinical and laboratory and surveillance staff. And we therefore call upon the Minister of Health to resolve the rumor we have had that the nurses were going on strike, so that the program does not get disrupted. Right Honorable Speaker, the other concern was on social risks of COVID-19 pandemic. The committee noted that as the number of cases increase, there are potential social risks from panic and lack of adequate and appropriate information about the pandemic to manage the anxieties. The committee recommends that government intensifies the efforts of mitigating these risks, and on the accountability of the COVID-19 budget, there is public outcry about the accountability of the monies which were contributed and the items which were contributed by the public. The committee recommends that the public should be made aware of the utilization of the received COVID-19 donations by the various COVID-19 task forces, indicating the utilization of both cash and kind donations so as to build public trust and to ensure that their money was properly used. In addition, the Office of the Auditor General should carry out an audit on the COVID-19 budget to obtain reasonable assurance on the accountability and value for money aspects of the COVID-19 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of conclusion, the proposed projects are in line with the National Development Plan 3. In addition, the projects are consistent with the medium-term debt strategy that prioritizes external borrowing on concessional terms. There is need for the Minister of Health to ensure timely implementation of projects, given the fact that 3 of the 5 projects in the health sector have extensions due to closure dates having not been met. Therefore, subject to the recommendations herein, the committee recommends approval of the proposal by government to borrow from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group up to $9.2 million, equivalent $12.5 million from the IDA of the World Bank to finance the Uganda COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project, UCRIP, and additional financing of 10.7 million SDRs, equivalent to $15 million for Uganda reproductive, maternal, and child health services improvement project. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Committee of National Economy, together with your members for your elaborate report. Members, Honorable Kurut, 3 minutes. Honorable too much. You are really remembered, in the morning you are here now. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chairperson of the Committee of the National Economy, together with your members, for this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I do support this loan especially that we are talking about child mortality, maternal mortality, which we know is still high in our country, Uganda. I think the numbers are still, we're talking of way over 300, over 300 children die out of the 1,000 live birth. To me, that is still high. And we know that most of it is caused because of malaria. Yes, I can take the information.
Information from the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, for purpose of record, I just want to inform my colleague that the mortality of 300 she's talking about is not child mortality, but maternal mortality, which is 336 per 100 live birth. But for child, 100,000 live birth. But for child under 5, the death we have as per the 2016 Uganda Demographic Health Survey is 43 per 1,000 live birth. That is for the under 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for giving the information, but we are still talking about the high mortality still rate in Uganda. To me, still that having 336, you say, out of the 100,000 is high. I was talking of the cause of this being, most of it being malaria. We know it, we've had forced abortions because of malaria. We've had, we had a situation where they were talking of 16 mothers dying every day giving birth. And also, I think part of it is contributed still because of malaria. And for us to lose mothers, for us to lose children, I think really as a nation, we need to be planning high. To me, a right honorable speaker, I was thinking there are countries which have succeeded in getting rid of malaria through indoor residual spraying. And they have actually succeeded in this. I don't know why it is business as usual in Uganda. I don't know, are we promoting these pharmaceuticals companies that are supplying us with these malaria drugs? Why wouldn't we have an investment? Why wouldn't we borrow, get a loan to completely kick malaria out of Uganda for once? That we approve these loans so that it is not year in, year out. We are borrowing money to address child mortality. We borrow money to address maternal health. Honestly, I think if we did that as a country, we would actually be helping our own people. Because then this year we have borrowed for the same. Next year we shall do the same. Right, Honorable Speaker, like I said, I really support this loan because our children are dying, our mothers are dying, and want to see if we can really be able to rescue them. But to me, I think a long-lasting solution would be for us to address the contributing factors to these high death rates of our people, or issues of child mortality or maternal mortality rates in the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of borrowing for COVID, yes, the other time when we were passing the budget here, we cited an issue of limited budget, especially for contingency. And I remember the case that was given was that this year, which is concluding, we only had 60 billion out of 227 billion that was required for contingency. And I remember we gave an example that as a country, we were not prepared that we would have a challenge of COVID, but we faced it. And really, I think it is still high time that we continue planning for our own citizens, for our own people. Honestly, for borrowing this money to address the challenges of COVID, only that want to call upon those that implement these programs of COVID, that indeed we need to be accountable to our people. Yes, we always okay these loans, but when it comes to accountability, then it becomes a very big challenge. We had situations, I think in the Prime Minister's office, there was a very big saga there. We wouldn't want that at the end of the day, we borrow money for contingency, we borrow money for emergencies, then this money is misappropriated. They are not used for the right purpose. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to put myself that I have agreed that we borrow this money for both the COVID response and also for child maternal mortality, is it? Yes, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Macho.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank government and the minister in particular, because loans that concern health of our mothers and our children are very important to this country. And good enough, Minister Joyce has never brought here things that have scandals like other ministers. Madam Speaker, however, these loans, Madam Speaker, have many questions to answer. We have approved here loans many times, but we have not seen a value for many of these loans. That's why, as I stand to support this, I request through the recommendation of the committee that the chairperson, that the committee observed that we have public outcry on monies, items that were donated during COVID-19. This is very true. And also, on floor of this parliament, I have asked the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda to come out openly and give a statement on accountability of items that were donated by people, by governments, finances. Government has not given any submission on this matter. But Madam Chair, I'm shocked that, Madam Speaker, I'm shocked that Madam Chair today says that she has a report on accountability. Why are they bringing this when the 10th Parliament is closing? I therefore, Madam Speaker, through my submission, recommend that good enough, you are again the Speaker of the 11th Parliament. That one, we are going to give you our votes. We need audit of COVID-19 donations and money afresh. We need a fresh audit of this. For example, the vehicle that was donated to Busia, they donated vehicles to districts without cards. A card is the vehicle. How do you get vehicles and donate to districts and not give them cards? Which means the vehicles that are in districts don't belong to districts. These vehicles were taken, but the cards are being owned by some people in the Ministry of Health, Madam Joyce, and also people who are on the committee of COVID-19 at the national level. At the same time, I was forced to take back a 20 million. We need accountability of that money. We need accountability of that money to be clearly spent. And at the same time, we need also social accountability, because in Busia, we had a market called Sophia, which was with almost 5,000 traders. 3,000 traders were women who are supporting NRM regime. Madam Speaker, this market was closed abruptly, that they want to put up a laboratory to test COVID-19 people who are coming in Uganda. An agreement was signed, a title was given out to the Ministry of Health. Up to now, everything is quiet. And Madam Minister, Madam Speaker, through you, I need the Madam Minister to tell Uganda, to tell the people of Busia, why was Sophia Market closed? And up to now, it has now turned to be a den of thieves. Why did you take our title? What plan do you have for that land? Because you are supposed to begin construction of the laboratory last year by October. And I want to pledge and promise, Madam Speaker, on this floor, that it comes August, when nothing is done there, I will lead my people to that place and we begin that market afresh. Because we shall not punish people on the expense of COVID-19, and you did it intentionally. Madam Speaker, at the same time, why I support this loan? What I see in India, we need to be prepared. We really need to be prepared with enough beds. We need to be prepared with enough medical supplies. We need to be prepared with enough human resource in all our health centers. That is why, as I support this loan, Madam Minister in charge of health, come out and give a statement on the cause of striking nurses. Why is the government silent? Why is it when we need some things from people, we are not silent, but when they are demanding from us, because it looks embarrassing. Why do you allow nurses to strike a week that the president is swearing in? If we have ministers who are in the system and they are supporting opposition, let us know. Because I know soon we are having a reshuffle, we shall get good people like these ones who went through to put them in the cabinet. Information.
Yeah. Honorable Senyonga.
Thank you, my brother, for giving way. The information I want to give my brother so that he doesn't waste a lot of energy. I know the government today had a meeting with those nurses and they have agreed about the package for lunch. So that one is solved as of today. So our humble request that they continue, they don't have to wait, but I wanted to have to wait for the strike. But at the moment, they are back to duty.
Asante. Madam Speaker, as I summarize, my colleague is saying that the government has given a statement, but at the same time, we are encouraging nurses to continue with the strike so that government can speak more in action. Madam Speaker, lastly, European Union has come out with COVID-19 travel certificates. Our people who are traveling to Kenya are being disturbed because our COVID-19 vaccination certificates, you cannot differentiate them with certificates of NASA. Does Uganda have a plan to produce a travel uniform COVID-19 travel certificates within our region or within the sub-Saharan African region? Because when you compare our certificates and compare the one of Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania, you think ours, we have picked an exercise book from a shop and written on. Therefore, let's do things officially before we get to this money. But the fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, we need accountability to stop the public outcry for the nation, for the items that were donated for COVID-19. And lastly, we need a statement from government concerning Sophia Market. And I've pledged good enough in Busia. When we pledge, it becomes a reality. Come August without anything, I'm going to lead people and we shall put a market in that place where the market is. Madam Speaker, I raise my case.
Thank you. Honorable Shave.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to say no to this loan. And these are my reasons. Right Honorable Speaker, we have provided the money for COVID-19 tests. We have provided the money for case management in the national budget. And recently we passed a supplementary where we provided 50 billion to support the ministry in handling case management of COVID. I would have been happy, Right Honorable Speaker, if the ministry came here and probably tried to convince us that the money is going to promote doing tests probably to the rest of the country, and tests are not done centrally. But they continue to do it here at the center. Right Honorable Speaker, you remember recently we passed a supplementary here to buy ambulances for the districts. And one of the critical maternal health requirements is a good district referral system or health center for referral system. The members here asked the ministry, kindly go purchase ambulances. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister cannot come here to tell you that they purchased the ambulances. That is not important to them. What is important to them is to get money for consumptive purposes. The minister is here. Let her come and convince this house that they bought the ambulances or that they are going to buy the ambulances. Right Honorable Speaker, if we want to support the women in rural areas, if we want to support maternal health, we should stop approving such kinds of loans which are majorly looking at consumption. They want to register birth certificates. They want to do simple things. Yet, Right Honorable Speaker, at Kasanda Health Center 4, if today there happens somebody needs a referral to take her to meet ambulance, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, the minister would be here asking us for money, to borrow money, to buy ambulances so that you can support the women. There is quite a lot of infrastructure, Right Honorable Speaker, that is required at Health Center 4 that can support the women. Maternal, that can support maternal health. Right Honorable Speaker, Kasanda Health Center 4 has only one doctor that is stationed there. I would be happy if the minister is coming here to support maternal health by recruiting more midwives, by recruiting more doctors to attend to these people, these women in rural areas. That would make me more happier, Right Honorable Speaker, than coming here to ask for more money for COVID tests, for COVID management, case management. Yet, there is no scientific proof that COVID-19 increased. Maybe the minister can inform this house that increased mortality in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we want to support maternal health. We should support the right causes, not every cause that they wrap up under maternal health. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Maybe when the minister comes to answer, I wanted also clarification on the issue of the marine ambulances, because one of the conditions we put last time when we were approving the money was that we should procure ambulances for the mainland, but also ambulances for the islands. I had been invited on the 8th of April, no, 8th of March, I think, no, April, to commission the water ambulances. Then suddenly I was told that they are not ready. Since then, there is silence. So I don't know whether they are actually there or they are not there. I hope when you answer, you can respond. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Shabe. And also to thank the ministers who are here. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chris Barumus is very quiet this afternoon. I don't know why. And yet we are speaking about very important loans. Anyway, you will speak. He has a lot to speak. Madam Speaker, I am concerned. Yes, this loan is good. But I want to bring to your ears, Madam Speaker, this matter. We are getting a loan under the pretext that we are going to use it for maternal mortality issues. I have kept on talking about the issues of Kumi Health Center 4, which has been having a theater in terms of walls constructed, the windows and the roof, but without equipment. It has not been operational for the last 10 years, but we have a government, so-called government. Madam Speaker, that drives me to think about one thing. Where is the equality and equity? In terms of the criteria of determining the beneficiaries from these loans, I think you need to institute a select committee to study these documents, the budgets and what have you, supplementaries for the last 5 years, and we see who took what. Because it seems now some people are relegated to issuing loans, paying for loans, whereas others are just consuming them. I feel disturbed because when you trace through the budget, the other budget which was brought the other day, Madam Speaker, I was trying to read through, and you will see in some areas where there is a commissioner in a certain village, the budget follows the commissioner. In an area where there is a PS, in that village there is a budget for a road. Where there is a chairperson on something, you find there's something for the chairperson. So is that the way we are going to work? So I will request, Madam Speaker, that you institute a committee, a select committee, to see and look through the issues of equality, equity, and balance. Because why is it that other people are getting attended to? You find a facility is getting 2.5 billion, but Ikumi municipality is suffering with a health center without a theater. And Madam Speaker, I don't think, even in this loan, you are going to attend to my matters. You are relegating us to be just onlookers, and I don't know what we are going to do. We are really so disturbed, and God is about to listen to our tears and cries. So, Madam Speaker, I reject this loan. Even God in heaven knows the reason. I am not happy. I don't support it. I know, of course, they will pass it again this evening. So, Madam Speaker, I request that you put a question because I know they will pass it. But they will pass it, but I will not benefit in terms of Kumi Health Center for being supported. Madam Speaker, just put a question.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from the minister? Oh, Senyonga, Jova, Minister, Beramusi, Trade, and then finally the Health Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Definitely, you have talked about our water ambulances on islands on water. Right Honorable Speaker, earlier on, I contacted the minister here to find out even the ambulances, because since we passed that money, because it was not a loan, it was a supplementary, and we are told that the money that was collected or donated during COVID. So I thought the ambulances would have been here already. Right Honorable Speaker, when you are here, and for many of us, you know this parliament, over 370 are going, and really you labor and you cannot enjoy the sweat of your deliberations here because of unnecessary delay. Can the minister tell us when are we getting our ambulances, which we are budgeted here for the supplementary? Secondly, for the loan, Right Honorable Speaker, I know we got some CCT scan, but those are not enough. You promoted many health center 3 to health center 4. Like when you go to the islands, right, Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether the health minister has ever visited the Kome Health Center 4. Those are some of the isolated areas which could benefit out of these, and they are also catered for. Because there, people don't use protective measures, they don't use condoms, neither pills. So at every stage, we are getting many women who are pregnant, and delivery becomes a problem. So, Minister, should we interest yourself when we get such a loan to be mindful of such areas, hard to reach, so that really our people benefit. Otherwise, I do support the loan, but let me hope the concerns have been noted. I thank you.
Honor Jova Variomusi, Savunya, Minister of Health, and then the law.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member is saying that this one cannot fail to support issues of women. And yes, I have support. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson for the report. And anything to do with the House of women to reduce maternal and child mortality is singing music to our ears. We have supported so many loans here. So this one, for the fact that it aims at improving the health conditions of women and to reduce the rate of our women dying in child labor is very important. But Right Honorable Speaker, a lot goes into goes into these high rates of mother and child mortality. Sensitization, we need to go out and sensitize our women. Before you get pregnant, what must you take into consideration? Don't just get pregnant anyhow. To sensitize our masses generally, that men and women should plan for these pregnancies. Because sometimes they fail to meet these conditions. They go into hospital, they are asked just for a few items and they cannot meet them. So we need to sensitize our people to have planned pregnancies that they can adequately look after. Secondly, the conditions in our hospitals, Honorable Minister. So many women have died because they are asked for a bribe. They are asked for about 50,000. Yes, they should have the 50,000, but why are they asked for this money? We have seen so many cases of women who are sent away from hospitals and they are sent away to other hospitals and they die on the way. They even die within the compound of the hospital. They are not attended to because they are not able to raise a bribe. Then, of course, also the necessary supplies. You used to give the mama kits, but now they are no longer available. So women are sent away for failure to provide gloves, failure to provide this polythene sheeting. So I think we need to be more serious in the Right Honorable Speaker, in looking generally at the condition of hospitals. A colleague has mentioned the condition of health center 4s, health center 3s. The fact that there are no these CCTV scans. So if a woman has the slightest complication, then they lose their lives because the doctor has not been able to ascertain what is the problem. Then also, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of nurses. When I will call it negotiate, when we mobilized for the raise for doctors, we clearly pointed out that the doctors do not work alone. By the time a patient goes to the doctor, they have already met the nurse has already received them in and cooled their moods, and they have listened to their medical record, and so the nurse does so much work. And a lot of times these doctors are in their private practice as the nurses take care of these patients. So we were promised that the nurses would receive their raise commensurate to the work that they do and commensurate to the one that they had been given to the doctors. It cannot be the same, but the nurses were supposed to be considered. They stay on their feet from morning to evening for more than 12 hours. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to consider this. If we had considered them, we would not be here. Where they are now, they have to lay down their tools. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I do support the loan, but we need to also look at the so many conditions that give rise to these high rates of child and maternal mortality. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Variomusi, then Honorable Sebunya, Leader of Opposition, and then the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. and I thank the committee for the report. This loan request is about two areas: the COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness, and the maternal and child health services. And I think it would be a disservice to the people of Uganda if this parliament said we say no to this kind of loan, which is going to finance very critical areas of our population. The questions being raised by the honorable members on accountability are legitimate and genuine, and definitely the government, through the various ministries and departments, should account for these resources, like the COVID resources. Definitely, government must account. But that said, the answer to that is not to stop this loan. The answer one is for our committees, first of all, to do their work also, because each sector in the government is supervised by a committee of parliament. So the committees also should do their work to ensure that the money we pass does the right thing and reports come here. But the government is prepared to account for every coin that is appropriated and passed by this parliament. There is a need for us to put money in the fight against COVID-19. It may appear deceptive when we see figures coming down of COVID infections, but all of us know that the terrain is changing. There are new variants. The virus is undergoing a mutation. You see many countries suffering new waves, and definitely we must remain prepared and alert to see that we do not see the situation worsening in Uganda. And therefore, it will be unfair for any member to say we shouldn't support a COVID response. We may get into a situation which is worse than what we have. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the issue of maternal health, this parliament under your leadership has been very consistent on supporting the cause of maternal and child health. And it is not true that the government and the health officials don't know what to do to bring down the maternal mortality and maternal morbidity. The evidence we have on the table indicates that maternal mortality, for instance, has been declining over time. I can say about 40 years ago, our maternal mortality ratio was around 700 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's how we measure it. Over
Half a minute to conclude.
It declined from 700 to 506 to 505 to 435, rose a bit to 438 because there was a change in methodology of calculating it. Now we estimate that 336. So from 700 to 336, and this is phenomenal. It is still very high, but it has been declining, and therefore we need to put more resources to bring maternal mortality much lower. Even other areas like infant mortality, under 5 mortality have significantly dropped because of the interventions which have been supported by government and also this parliament. I therefore want to urge the honorable members that we should support this loan request because it is addressing critical areas which affect our population. The COVID pandemic, maternal and child health, those are very dear to our people, and therefore Parliament should appear sensitive to the concerns of the population, but we continue to ask the right questions to government and all those who should account that whatever money we pass should be accounted for and should translate into improvement of quality of life of Ugandans. I support the loan, and I want to urge the honorable members to support this loan request because it's one of the most interesting and useful requests that we should pass to support our Ugandans, especially women and children. I thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Sobunya, then the Leader of Opposition, and the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the loan because, first of all, we have constrained domestic revenue, much as we would have wanted to borrow less, but we are in a catch-22. The only caution I would give to Ministry of Health, that COVID is not going to be a one-off. It's going to be perennial. Every year, people shall come here to borrow money for COVID. COVID is not going to go away so soon, given that even when people are told to immunize, others are giving all sorts of reasons about evidence of clothes and whatever, and nobody has died so far in the parliament for those who are immunized. So what I would caution Minister of Health to do, you must have a compendium of laws of loans that we are going to take in as far as health is concerned. Even next year, if you see World Bank lending you money on behalf to solve problems of COVID, that tells you the projection where we are going. So as a sector, you should also have your own way of monitoring these loans as they are going to come. And secondly, for accounting for the past money is used. It will be detrimental for us to read headlines of money lost in meant for COVID, and yet we're borrowing for COVID. So it is high time you have a grip on what is happening. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we should be spending less time on these loans, because as we pass budgets, we have a big portion already aligned for loans or for other sources of money. And among these, I believe, is money that is going to be used in the next financial year's budget, already passed. So we should empower the system or the executive. When we say 40% is going to be money sourced from outside, this is the money. So, and secondly, the ministers should also come here to give their side of the story. We are procuring loans for their sector. I'm happy Minister of Health is here, but some sectors don't even appear here. Then the chairman struggles alone to convince Parliament, and yet the sector which is going to consume the loan is not caring. Yes? That's what.
Macho, information?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chairman of Trade. He's a very wise man, and he informed the August House that many times important loans like this that are passed without sector senior ministers have not been implemented very, very well. And at the same time, such a loan would have been submitted on floor of Parliament in the presence of the chairman of COVID-19 task force. But we have 3 prime ministers who are in charge of that, but nobody is here at all. Therefore, since we are supporting the loan, I request, Madam Minister, that Busia as a border, trailers take 10 to 5 days when they are waiting for COVID-19 results to come from Kampala. In this COVID-19 emergency response fund, kindly buy a COVID-19 testing machine. I don't know what is called a PC what, I'm not a medic. I am an educationist. Put it on the border so that the quicker the business, the more money that Uganda get than the money you spend every day bringing samples to Entebbe or bringing samples to Kampala. This loan will help a lot when you buy that machine and put on the border. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, it's also about COVID. I've already inoculated for my first dose. And then while intending to attend a certain function, they said, where's your test? I've already been vaccinated. Then I'm being asked to bring results for COVID. I don't know at what stage those who are vaccinated shall not be required to give fresh tests whenever we are attending, say, big functions or even in Parliament. So I need the minister to tell us if we took our second vaccination, should we be required to have tests, or we should always just move with our card. And also I support him. The card should be authenticated. This card, I went flying with it everywhere, but people were saying, no, that is not anything to say. So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, but we should do so much to encourage our people to vaccinate. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One thing I must say about especially infant and maternal mortality rate, that it is still there, it is still high. We have women hospital here in Kampala, near Mulago. It is built, it is so clean with a lot of facilities, but the accessibility by women, is it there? Do women access this one very easily? We want effectiveness. So while we are happy that more and more facilities come and we services to our people, we have to also look at effectiveness. And then we should not just concentrate here in the center. Out there, up country, people are dying left and right. Women are not able to get the necessary maternal or maternal help. I mean, services. They need services, but they are not able to get. So while we are going, whether I say I support it or not, I know this loan is going to be passed. And as it will be passed, we should all put our efforts that we need the utilization. When we talk about this pandemic, COVID-19, we are not sure when this problem will be out of our way. So we cannot close our eyes to it. But we must look at the country, not just a very small portion of the country. Not to talk about the VIPs only. We need to cater more for our what? For our ordinary person. Our ordinary person there should be also our focus, because they are the bosses. They are the people who collect more tax. Their population is very high and they must be protected. This is my concern. When we talk about COVID-19, we always, if you go to the northern part of Uganda, you go to Gulu. Sometimes we just focus on the regional referral hospital, where facilities are even not there at all. Sometimes I want to shed tears when I go to regional referral hospital. You go to Lacho, Lacho is much better. You would think that is a Lacho, which is
Please close.
So we need to make our regional referral hospitals be better, and also the health center force, and we serve our people better. We will be very proud not to always focus at the MPs to give money. Even X-ray service only. It is the MPs to give money. I don't know where we are going, and yet we are borrowing loans here every day. Day after day, we are borrowing loans. So these loans must go to serve our people. Health ministers, we need you to put your feet on the ground better for the people of Uganda and for women and children. We don't want them to die when this death can be preventable. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank colleagues really for the contribution, most especially for the support you've given for this loan. Before responding to the issues, Madam Speaker, allow me bring good news on this floor. concerning the nurses and midwives strike. This afternoon at 3:30 p.m., I was at the media center together with the leadership of the union and the NATO chairperson, with all the nurses leadership. We call off the strike. So this is the good news I've put on this floor. This followed a series of meetings between the Prime Minister, the Ministers of Finance, Health, and Public Service. And we have agreed, the nurses have agreed that for the beginning, government has committed 44.9 billion for the nurses, which is going to be from this financial year. This is going to come from the current budget that we have approved. And the nurses are going to get 10,000 per day for the 22 days. And this is going to really improve their welfare. They too have accepted, and the strike has been called off. That is the good news. Right, Honorable Speaker, responding to the issues that have been raised by colleagues as far as this loan is concerned, I want to begin by thanking the leader of opposition and to thank these members of parliament for providing for CT scans for all the regional referral hospitals under your able leadership, Madam Speaker. That is a big boost for our regional referral hospitals. I thank the chair budget. I thank you, the members of parliament, for providing CT scan for all the regional referral hospital using our own money. Madam Speaker, a number of issues need to be clarified, which I need to bring forward. One, concerning the Busia land title, the land. That land was a donation from the district authority so that we are able to construct staff house at the border entry point. Madam Speaker, indeed, discussions are still ongoing, and I believe that land will be put into proper use. The issue of ambulances, indeed it is true, the money that was appropriated on this floor, we managed to buy ambulances. My ministry bought 33. These are ambulances which has basic life support. We bought 2 type C ambulances which has got ICU, 3 water ambulances which, Madam Speaker, you ably launched. We are grateful for that support. 1 ambulance will be put on Lake Tioga, 2 will go on to Lake Victoria, and we expect more 11 ambulances, water boat ambulances, to be bought under Gavi Fund. So that is the ambulances. The distribution list has been provided by the chairperson. Concerning the issue of medicines for the islands, Madam Speaker, indeed it is true, there are challenges, but medicine.
Why don't you allow the minister to answer first, please? Allow the minister to answer.
The medicines.
No, you answer.
The medicines and for the islands, Madam Speaker, indeed medicines and supplies are under national medical stores. But given the distance, given the challenges on the islands, I will take that up, Madam Speaker, as you rightly observe, the shortage. We will try to see how best we can improve the island places. There was an issue that was raised about Kasana Health Center 4. There are no doctors. Madam Speaker, among the budgets that we approve on this floor, there is a provision for the doctors, 2 doctors for Health Center 4s, and the District Health Service are supposed to recruit these doctors. This, given the challenge here, we will probably take this up with the District Health Service. Why they have not recruited the doctors, yet there is a provision for 2 doctors per Health Center 4. There was an issue concerning donation, Madam Speaker. The donations that we received during COVID, indeed it is true, in cash. These donations have been budgeted for purchasing double cabins, pickups for the districts, Part of the money is to construct blood bank, one in Soroti, one in Arua. Part of the money is to be used for constructions at border point entry. So these are still to be approved on this floor because every money that has been public money need to be accounted for and it has to be appropriated on this floor of parliament. There was an issue about Kumi Health Center 4. I was made to know that the equipment for Kumi Health Center 4 will be provided this year in October under the procurement that is under AMCHIP project. Madam Speaker, the issue of testing in Busia and other border point, indeed it is true, we started with Entebbe Research Viral Institute, but over time, we accredited and validated quite a number of testing facility. Right now, we are rolling up rapid test, antigen testing, which does not need sample to be taken up to Kampala. You can just do it within that specific point. And once this is really becomes available for the entire country, we should be able to even implement right there at Busia, not to be brought up to Kampala. Madam Speaker, the issue of vaccination certificates, we will indeed look at that certificate. What has been given for an emergency. Certainly, the certificate that needs the shield to be put there, eventually that will be looked at critically. I think those are most of the issues that have been really raised, but we are not concentrating at the center. I think our intervention cut across the country. And as I conclude, I want to thank Madam Speaker, your leadership that has approved the maternal, newborn, child, adolescent loan, which loan has been used to upgrade Health Center 3 to 4, Health Center 2 to 3, to have a comprehensive maternal care at Health Center 3. The loan has helped to equip most of our facilities. It has helped to improve most of the improvement that we see, including result-based financing and many other health-related activities at the Health Center 3. So I'm very appreciative. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I've taken note of all the recommendations that have come from colleagues, especially about public outcry on accountability, sensitivity of unrealistic accountability. Madam Speaker, we also have the technical people right behind there, and I'm happy they're listening to this outcry, which is very sensitive. So I want to pledge that we will follow that up and account to all public fund in order to continue to deliver effective service delivery. I thank you.
You are still not satisfied? Okona Boshave, very quickly.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking from the Minister, when we passed the money for ambulances, Right Honorable Speaker, we passed 34 billions. She has just indicated to us that they bought 33 ambulances. I want clarification, Honorable Minister, whether you rated every ambulance at 1 billion, because out of 34 billions, you're able to buy only 33. Just for that clarification. Thank you.
No, Sanyonga, one final clarification.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister talked about buying pickups. Right Honorable Speaker, when we were here, we emphasized why pickups? Because really, even in the past, women and many people who fall in accidents, they were put on pickups, which we condemned here, like a police. And then now you are talking of pickups. Right Honorable Speaker, just buying an ambulance, a very good one, just from Dubai to here, including taxes, takes only 80 million. 80 million Uganda money. Why do you go for pickups? And they will buy them very expensively and hard body. Moreover, it is our humble request that you stick on our suggestion that we should deal with other types of vehicles, not pickups. Because here you mentioned about pickups. It is a humble request. Because after all, even when the staff from any center is moving, it can take over 6 of them when they are seated comfortably. But pickups, they are using just to carry charcoal, matoke. Those pickups are misused, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Final one from Honorable Gunn.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. 2 issues. One, the issue of money for COVID. No wonder, Madam Speaker, government drags its feet on even using the loans that we approve here. How on earth can you take 1 full year to take a decision on utilization of money which is given to you cash? This one is not a loan that we are processing from China, but money given by donors here. How can you take a full 1 year? From 2020, this is already May 2021. You are yet to decide on how to spend the money, when to spend the money. Now we are getting to here, it is for blood something. What is the problem? Madam Speaker, that's a concern. Number 2, I do not know whether our government has a list of all the health centers, 3 and health center 2s, where they are, those that are still in the bush, not developed, not completed. What is the criteria that you use? Because in my constituency, I have like 3 nearly, which are incomplete, but you are saying that you have upgraded, you have done this. But who are these people who are benefiting and others are not benefiting? I'm almost crying.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For upgrading Health Center 2 to Health Center 3, indeed, the loan that has been approved under your leadership cannot upgrade all at once. We are doing in a phased manner. But most importantly, it is the district leadership to identify which health center that needs to be upgraded, depending on the need on the ground. It might be the terrains within the region, the population, and many other factors. So the ministry doesn't identify specific health centers, but the district, in that district council, they approve, they make a resolution, and they pass that on to the ministry. So that is what has been happening. But we are very optimistic to upgrade all the health centers once resources are available. Otherwise, so far we've done well, and we hope to do more as we go ahead. Madam Speaker, concerning the issue of the pickups, realize when COVID started, His Excellency the President made a call to the public to make donations, and he was very specific in his call. He made a call for donation of funds, which funds will be used to purchase pickups. And at that time, there was indeed a lot of need for pickups because we needed to do surveillance, we needed issues to do with case detection, we needed things to do with the follow-up and many, many other interventions. Those are related to COVID. And of course, ambulance, under normal circumstance, everybody will wish to buy ambulance because that is more related to the patient comfort, to be taken patient to hospital, the mothers and what have you. But given the dynamics of COVID and what it involves, not only health, many other interventions. That is why the president made a specific call. The funds are to be used to purchase double cabins. Indeed, Madam Speaker, you made a recommendation on this floor for the ministry to buy ambulance. The minister made a writing to you, but we are still requesting you that the people who donated that money we're much aware that their money is going to be to buy pickups, double cabin for the districts. We are still requesting, let it be according to the wish and the call at that time. I thank you. And the issue of the ambulance, I'm told each marine ambulance was bought at 450 million Ugandan shillings, while the road ambulance, which are 35, each of them cost 270 million, because the marine ambulance, the boat ambulance, each one cost 450 million Ugandan shillings. This is the information I'm given, because we've purchased 3, and of course we have 35 other ambulance, 32 type B. Type B is just basic life support, while type C has got ICU in that ambulance. So those 2 are the ones that went, those 33 and the 2 making 35 ambulance. So that is the information I have. But for more detailed informations, Madam Speaker, the ministry is quite ready and willing to provide information for this floor as much as they request for. And finally, finally, Madam Speaker, once again, given the second wave of COVID-19, which is threatening in many countries, India and others, I really want to thank this August House for supporting this loan. And I want to pledge our preparedness, and given the fact that some of this money is going to set our infrastructure at ICU, so we pledge to get once again prepared so that we are able to look after our people well. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. My final word is to do with the parish model. I'm really happy that government has agreed to look at the parish as the best service delivery point. It brings to the point of the health center tools. There are many sub-counties where there are no health center tools and where people are very far from the health center trees. So I want you to review that situation and take services to the people at the health center too, which you yourself have decided on your own. Thank you. On the members, I put the question, that question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. And I put the question that this House to approve the proposal by government to borrow special drawing rights, 9.2 million for the COVID-19 response and emergency preparedness project, and this special drawing rights, 10.7 million for Uganda Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health Services Improvement Project from the IDA of the World Bank. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. Now, members, I crave just listen to one small report from the Attorney General. There's something we asked him to respond to, which will be probably 2 minutes, on the leadership of the statutory bodies.
Item 22.4, response on the various government entities that are currently operating without substantive heads to the detriment of their efficiency and effectiveness, citing the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the Inspectorate of Government, and the Equal Opportunities Commission, raised by Honorable Sebagala Latif.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this statement is made in response to a question raised by Honorable Latif Sebagala on government entities that are currently operating without substantive heads to the detriment of their efficiency and effectiveness. 1, Uganda Human Rights Commission. The Uganda Human Rights Commission is established under Article 51 of the Constitution. The commission is appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. The Human Rights Commission is composed of a chairperson and not less than 3 other persons appointed by the President on the approval of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the position of the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission fell vacant in November 2019 following the untimely death of Honorable Medical Gwa. Additionally, two positions of the commissioners fell vacant following the resignation of one member in 2016 to join Parliament and the expiry of the term of another in 2018. The tenure of the chairperson and commissioners is 6 years, and they are eligible for reappointment. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 5th day of June 2020, and subsequently on the 7th day of December 2020, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs wrote to His Excellency the President recommending the appointment of the chairperson and 2 members of the Human Rights Commission. We await the appointment of the chairperson and the 2 members of the Human Rights Commission by the President. The Equal Opportunities Commission. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Article 32 of the Constitution provides for affirmative
That
action.
one has been handled. That one has been handled. The EOC has been handled. Now the IG.
Right Honorable Speaker, my response was in respect of the 2.
Oh, not the IG's office?
Yes. I beg to submit.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Thank you.
But Attorney General, I think you may have to amend your statement because another of the commissioners actually resigned to join Parliament. In this new Parliament, there's another commissioner who's joined Parliament.
That is very true.
So there are more vacancies now.
That is very true. Apparently, Commissioner Rusoke contested for Member of Parliament and he went through successfully. So there is a 3rd vacancy, which I believe we require to bring to the attention of the President. Yes, Right Honorable.
But I was hoping that you have going to tell us you have put energy in the issue. You know, June 2020, you know, we are coming to another year. Yes.
I think I'm happy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Sabagala is not here. Because what I know, you would have straight away made a supplementary question. But Madam Speaker, my issue is government is taking long to act. I'm aware even in the judiciary, there is a gap. I think you have not captured it because you are responding to the one that they asked. But we need to quickly act so that we really give service to our people. I don't know why we take so long. I think the President is not notified about these vacancies in time. Because for him, I don't think it really can take so long to do work when it's placed before him. So when are we going to do this? We needed a comprehensive analysis to find out which commission is not fully fledged, which one has a gap, do a single submission probably, so that the President acts. This one should have been before swearing. Otherwise, how do we now start?
And maybe, Attorney General, the Inspectorate of Government is now almost incapacitated. There's one inspector, just one inspector. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about these government agencies, I think it's also important that Parliament should interest itself on the regional composition of those agencies. I'm aware that the Judicial Service Commission should be looked at also because the composition is such that there are some regions who are not represented there. Now, if any appointment is to be done through the commission, some regions may think they are being sidelined because the membership is not fairly constituted. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is important that Parliament should also interest itself in the way these commissions composed, so that we are sure that all the regions are taken care of. Of course, cannot be all the tribes, but all the regions must be fairly accommodated in those agencies, of course, based on the qualification. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I must admit this statement was written some months ago because the question has been on order paper for some time. But we have since updated the president and brought the fact of Rusoke's absence from the commission to his attention. Megoladit, Mama Cecilia has talked about the IGG and the judiciary. The IGG, the president is well aware of the same. The judiciary is we are currently conducting interviews, but we conduct interviews for the positions that have been declared vacant. But remember, we passed a resolution as Parliament as to how many judges we need to appoint yearly. We had been constrained by finances. I remember clearly around 2017, we passed a new a law on creating new magisterial areas. About 50 other magistrates courts are supposed to be opened, meaning that we are supposed to have 50 other vacancies. But we are currently advertising for 5, which were declared. The Court of Appeal, they declared 2. High Court, they declared 4. But it's because we are constrained by the resource envelope. We have been assured that following the passing of the Administration of Judiciary Act, much more money will be coming into the sector, and we shall be able to advertise and have more positions in order to deal with the backlog, because the backlog is affecting the economy. We need more judicial officers. I beg to submit.
Thank you, honour members. I want to thank you very much for the work done today. House adjourned tomorrow at 10 o'clock.